Just make sure you can hear it on.
Planning meeting, testing. Planning meeting, testing. Planning meeting, 4th of September.
Stream test. Sound stream test.
So, sorry, I apologise about this. The problem continues, but we might be resolved imminently. If it doesn't get resolved, we'll start anyway. So it's the problem, to describe it, is we can't live stream the meeting to members of the public not in this room. But that's not anything to stop the planning meeting. We can still go ahead with the planning meeting because people that want to speak can still speak in the meeting on items by a Teams connection. It's an online connection, so it's a different thing. So I didn't want to go there because it's all very complicated, but we seem not to quite have the full capacity to live stream the meeting on the online. But in a few minutes we'll start. Okay, so the next hurdle, everyone, is to check that everyone can hear me. So at the back, in the little room back there, can you all hear me okay? Hands up if you can't hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes? No? Yes? Anyone not hear me? Hands up. Okay, good, right. That's good then, because sometimes that doesn't work either. Right, okay. Apologise about that again. Excuse me. So I need to read out some things before we get going, and then we'll get started on the planning items. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart, and I'm the chair of this committee. We are live, aren't we? Yeah. I would like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place on the 4th of September. Other members of this committee, excuse me, I will let introduce them themselves on this side.
Councillor Naomi Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Councillor Alice Gilderdale, East Chesterton.
Dave Bajan, Romsey.
Councillor Mike Todd-Jones, Arbury Ward.
Councillor Katie Porrer, Market Ward.
Councillor Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Councillor Nigel Ogmatover, Trampington.
Thanks, councillors. So apologies have been received from Councillor Dryden, and I believe that Councillor Thornborough will be arriving slightly late to the meeting, so she will take part in the meeting from the next planning item that starts when she's here. Officers at the table are Toby Williams on my right, Delivery Manager, Legal Advisor Richard Pitt, Committee Manager James Goddard, and Producer Claire Tunnicliffe. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. So copies of the agenda can be found in Committee Room 2. That's the little room at the back. Copies are also available on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. It's also useful to refer to the item number for people like me online, on computers. Can I remind all those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you've switched off or silenced any other devices so that they do not interrupt proceedings. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the committee rooms note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before starting to speak to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Excuse me. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or DPA request. That's Freedom of Information or Data Protection Act requests. Make sure that your device is fully charged when you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be: the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the adjourned decision protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer's recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned, and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the committee rooms can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Right. So, apologies is item 2 on the agenda. I think I've already covered that, haven't I? Robert Dryden gives apologies, and Councillor Thornborough is going to be late. Declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest, councillors? Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm going to recuse myself on item 6, as I've already extensively engaged with residents regarding this application, so I think it's only fair that I don't vote on this application. I believe it's okay for me to listen to the debate from the public area.
That's correct, yeah. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Chair, some of these applications have come before us, so however, I do not think my discretion is fettered by that. However, I just wanted to state it because, you know, in the sake of transparency.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to agenda items 7 and 8, I've met the applicant, John De Bruyne, but I haven't discussed this application with him and my discretion is unfettered. Agenda item 9, Regent Street, my company, Max Fordham, bid for this project in the past, and I'm going to exclude myself from the discussion and the voting on this item.
Okay, thanks very
Thank
much,
you.
Councillor. So just in terms of that item 9, best to just get down from the table
Yes,
for that,
yeah.
yeah, just so we understand. Thank you. Councillor Borrow.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note for item 9, Regent Street, that is in my ward, but anything relating to planning has been dealt with the other ward councillors. I've had no involvement, so my discretion is unfettered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, councillors. Councillor Todd Jones, are you okay there in terms of getting close to people with COVID and everything? I mean, we don't normally come into this room. You're normally placed at the back in the Guildhall.
No,
Don't want to
Chair,
compromise any
I would have preferred
arrangements.
it within the council chamber, but I will have to cope.
Okay, well, before we, are you sure it's okay? I mean, we could probably arrange a table or something a bit for, you're okay? Yeah, okay. Right, okay, I think that's everything then on that. Right, should I check that now or later? I'd suggest it afterwards. Okay, so item 4, minutes. So I've got 4 sets of minutes to sign as okay. So that's the minute as listed on the agenda. Can I sign those as a true record? Any issues? Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. Just on page 9, could I just note when I spoke as ward councillor on the Grafton item, it says in the minutes it was in objection. It was actually in favour, subject to some conditions. So I just wondered if that could be corrected, please. So it's on page 9, the second last paragraph, which is from the 7th of February.
All right, James has got that. It's made a
Brilliant.
note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? No? Okay. So bear with while I sign 4 sets of minutes.
Yes, particularly if the speaker's microphone is not closer to them. And they're facing the chair. Very difficult. I've got hearing aids, I speak.
James. So a couple of the members of the public at the back of the meeting have just said they couldn't hear properly. So if everyone can speak closely into their microphones, and if there are any further issues, please put your hand up and we'll address that as we go. Thank you. Right, we've got a door coming and going. I don't know what's going on over there. Is there someone wanting to come in? I don't know, Naomi behind you. I think it's okay. I can. Okay, just hold on a minute while we sort this door issue out. James has gone and trying to let someone in, I think. Yeah, can you see what's happening, Alice, please? Yeah. James is critical to the meeting. We need to wait till he comes back because he's taking notes. Yeah, okay. I think it's just, good. Right, okay. We can go. So, the first planning item is item 5, Mayflower House. Oh, just to say, that was what I was going to say. So, normally we do the so-called major items first and then minor items later on in the day. But we've reversed it today because the first one is a deferred item from a previous meeting of this committee, and that's come forward first. We want to make sure we do that one first, because what could happen is it couldn't just not get done today if we don't have enough time. So we're going to do the minor item first, that's Mayflower House, and then we go on to part 2, which is major planning applications, and it's all majors from then on in. So we need to get on with business today, members. So first one is item 5, Mayflower House, and so Dean Scrivener is presenting that. He's online, I believe. Yeah, hi Dean, good morning. So if you're ready then, Dean. Oh, hang on a minute, Dean, let's see who we've got. So we've got speakers, Helen, objector, Glenn and Slavia, objectors. They've both got statements to be read. So James will read them out in due course. And that's a 3-minute one, so there'll be 3 minutes for those 2 statements. So, yeah, Dean, if you present the item then, please. Yeah, we can see it. Thanks, Dean. Thank you very much, Dean. Okay, so James, if you don't mind then, can you both set your clock and also read out the 2 statements within the 3 minutes if you can, so in your own time.
Statement 1 from local resident Helen Zhu. I am the leaseholder of...
So James, let's start again. Speak closely into the microphone, maybe raise your voice a bit. Project, please.
Statement 1 from resident Helen Zhu. I am the leaseholder of one of the flat studios within Mayflower House, and I object to the building of additional flats on top of the existing flats. It raises significant concerns that would negatively impact on the existing residents and the surrounding community. One of the primary concerns is the addition of more residents within an already crowded apartment building. Mayflower House already contains 7 floors of packed flats, some of which are small flat studios. There are more than 600 flats within Mayflower House and therefore more than 600 residents already living within Mayflower House. The building is old. It was built in the 1970s and I believe it originally was a hotel. It currently has existing limited resources and amenities that does not even serve the existing residents appropriately. A primary example of this is the building's lifts. The lift is incredibly small, slow and breaks incredibly often. Despite multiple complaints, this lift has not been replaced despite always inconveniencing the existing residents. Adding even more residents would definitely strain that service even more. This is just one example, but there are, of course, other amenities such as car parking, cycle parking, waste disposal bins, etc. All these would definitely be put under further strain with the addition of more residents. With the addition of more noise and disruptions as well from the proposed additional floors, this would inevitably lead to a decline in the quality of life for everyone in the neighbourhood. There are other factors as well, including the roof containing asbestos. Construction would negatively affect the health of the current residents with the risk of asbestos seeping into the flats below. Refer to the multiple written representations for other objections also raised. These concerns when adding flats on top of already old and strained building would be a huge detriment to the more than 600 residents in the building. Therefore, I urge this planning application to be rejected. I would instead insist the developers to focus on improving the services of existing residents with a start by replacing the lift. Thank you. There is a second statement, Chair. The person who sent it in asked if we could share a picture. To do so, we'd first have to check with the planning officer it's in the public domain and then seek your approval for the planning officer to show it.
Yeah, is it in the public domain, Dean? Are you aware of the image? Yes? Okay, thanks, Dean. Is someone going to put that up on screen then? Are you going to do that, Dean? Do you have it? Yep, James is nodding, so just to be clear, we've stopped the clock for the speakers. Can you move up a bit so we can see the image then, please, Dean? I think that's the one, is it? Yep. Is that the one, James? Yeah.
That is the correct image,
Okay,
Chair.
it's on screen, so right.
We're up to 2 minutes or so in the speaker's time, so as long as you're happy for me to continue, Chair, pass through.
Yeah, continue.
Yep. Statement from second local residents Glenn and Slavika. In advance of the planning committee scheduled for 4th of September, we would like to resubmit our concerns. As identified in our original comments, we are concerned about the construction and its impact on existing residents. It is worrying that at this stage the construction methods have not been considered. Although this matter is usually dealt with planning conditions, in this instance it would be submitted and considered much earlier at the planning stage before consent is granted, as it concerns over 100 residents. 1, the red line does not show the impact of the construction. The red line should include all, this is referring to the diagram, should include all land necessary to carry out the proposed development, including the construction site. Red line, there is no reason in principle for different red areas to be separate as such, but they would need to be connected to show the full extent of affected areas during construction. The location plan, red line, should show the areas which will be used temporarily during part or all of the works associated with the development following the application. This will give better understanding as to the number of parking spaces reduced during the construction, as well as the full impact on nearby areas. Our assumption is that the nearby areas indicated in yellow are most likely to be affected and used as access to the building site. Construction compound, material storage, contractors' welfare, contractors and various tradesmen's parking, etc., and loss of some amenities for the large number of residents during the construction. Just a time check, Chair, at 4 minutes if you want to carry on.
I think I use Chair's prerogative and allow you to continue to read out the statement, please, James.
There are no agents to give extra time to. Point 2 from resident. Our second comment is mainly focused on the impact of the construction on the residents of Mayflower House. The construction of 8 additional flats will have a significant impact on the current users occupying the existing 117 flats of Mayflower House. This is mainly to protect the existing residents' enjoyment of their habitable space and their safety, exposure to noise, dust, vibration, and so on. This is regardless of whether residents are living on the 1st or 6th floor. For example, how the materials will be transported during the demolition from roof to the ground. More importantly, how will the materials be transported during the construction from the ground to the roof? Will a crane be installed? How will this impact on residents and their safety? Will the scaffolding be mounted on the building? How might the scaffolding impact residents? The 117 number flats in Mayflower House are studios with barely 15 metres squared space for dining, working, sleeping and living. If there are only windows blocked by scaffolding, the occupiers will suffer from a lack of natural light. Daylight and views out. Living in a small space with limited daylight and obscured view can be extremely unhealthy, particularly for those living in north-facing studios. The topic of daylight, particularly the loss of daylight, has been the subject of the Cambridge local plan under amenity and microclimate section. The local plan is urging developers to demonstrate no adverse impact from the proposals, within proposals and around. Our understanding was that some of the nearby gardens are affected, as well as particularly those on the north of the building. Please do not forget that BREEAM places high value on daylight, and having a view from the window, it gives significant assessment credits, and these should apply to construction periods. BREEAM highlights visual comfort as an important part of ensuring building occupant health, comfort and well-being. This would be even more important for those living in a single room of barely 15 metres squared underneath the construction site. Maximising exposure to natural daylight and providing an external view provides users with a connection to nature, particularly those living in flats without direct access to nature. With scaffolding in place, there will be an impact on residents' mental well-being, mood and potential for depression. Moreover, scaffolding will increase the need for artificial lighting, which will increase the electricity costs for the residents. During the last planning committee on the 11th of June 2024, when some of the councillors raised the question of relocation of the residents during the construction period, the councillor pointed out the fact that Cambridge City Council would follow the best practice and empty a building of this scale before starting any construction work. We wonder why this best practice has not been proposed for Mayflower House, considering the high number of residents being affected. We would like to request a planning condition with this in mind for all existing residents to be evacuated and relocated. If this is not possible, at least the top 2 floors should be evacuated. Our understanding from the previous committee meeting was that none of the councillors had visited the site. We would welcome them for a site visit and can arrange one to see one of the north-facing studios so the impact of the scaffolding can be better understood. The majority of the flats in Mayflower House are making a small income for many small-scale landlords. If the construction significantly impacts the residents of the flats, they are likely to leave. It would then become more difficult to let flats in the middle of a building site. This might mean the existing flats become unoccupied and remain for some time. In this case, the owners would suffer significant financial loss. Some councillors were previously concerned about the loss of 5G coverage for those working from home. They ought to be similarly concerned for those losing income due to the construction of this development and consider appropriate mitigation measures such as relocations of residents. Statement ends.
Right, thanks for that, James. So I used Chair's prerogative, allowed James to read out the statements in full. I wouldn't normally do that or change the time on the day, but there is no other speaker from the agent side or applicant side, so it was of no detriment to anybody except using up a few more minutes of our time today, which seemed important for us to get the evidence for making a robust decision. So just before I go to debate, I just want to go back to Dean, the case officer. Was there anything there, Dean, from the two speakers' statements that you want to pick up on or give us some more information on? There was quite a lot in the second statement that may not have been strictly planning matters, but I'm not sure. So perhaps you're the expert on all this, Dean. Can you respond to any of that we need to have more information on, please? All right, thanks, Dean. And on the first speaker, there was mention of the lift not functioning properly. Any interest in that at all from planning side? All right, thanks, Dean. If there's nothing else, just before again we get going on debate, can you just remind members of the three matters that came up at the last meeting that is deferred from that you listed, please? Okay, members. So just to be clear, those are the three matters that have came up in the last planning meeting that this item was deferred from. But this item is on the table today, and any matter may be debated today in committee to come to a robust decision. So I won't limit you in that respect. And I indeed have a couple of things I want to raise that are not to do with those 3 items. Councillor Bajan, you were first.
Chair, a couple of clarifications before we dig in. Did I hear the word 600 flats or was it 100 flats? I'm not 600 flats in this block? I'm not sure if that's correct.
You heard it, but we can get that confirmed.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a couple of other points. I'm asking, is there any exterior lagging on this building? And I'm referring to the Grenfell type lagging before we start. There was a mention of asbestos. Perhaps the officer could talk a bit about that. Thank you. They're the 3 points I'd like clarified at this stage. Thank you.
Yeah, and just before we go on, I forgot, Claire, you wanted to say something about the live stream, I think.
Thank you, Chair. People watching on YouTube can't hear the case officer. So what we're doing, we've contacted the help desk to ask if they can log in virtually, because there might be just a setting that's not been activated. So Dan, the Democratic Services Manager, has said if we can just continue while we're sorting that out.
All right, thanks for that information, Claire. So just to be clear, everyone, this item is still being considered by Planning Committee. That does not stop us proceeding with an item. Obviously, it's not preferable, but as long as members can debate and any other input can be given, we can make a decision. Right, so can I just get those questions by Councillor Bajan answered first before we go on then, please, Dean?
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Dean. Did you want to come back on any of that, Councillor Bajan?
Well, I think the officer sort of referred to the new lagging. I'm just asking, is there existing lagging on the building?
You mean cladding, do you? Cladding.
Cladding.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, lagging,
I
cladding,
don't know.
I think it's very important if it was surrounded in a material that could catch fire, then we could put a condition on that that's taken off if they even start. Because there are buildings, as we know, still like that, thank you.
It is very important, and that's why I came back to you, Councillor. I know you're an ex-firefighter, and we need to be clear. Although I think it may be a building control matter, not a planning committee matter. But Dean, do you want to come back again, please? Yeah, it's an interesting question, isn't it? Could we put a condition on that says the cladding should not burn or should not be inflammable or whatever the word is? I don't know. No one's saying anything, so perhaps we can. But building control will certainly pick that up, I'm sure, Councillor. It's a very hot topic. Right, who's next? Councillor Poorer.
Thank you, Chair. I sat previously on this when we deferred, and I do thank the applicants for the extra clarification about the phone issue. And I hope that Toby and colleagues will note that, because certainly when we've had applications for masts in the past, we haven't had such a robust defence in the sense that there is sufficient coverage to not allow an emergency mast. So I'm pleased to see that. I thank the applicant. I'm also pleased. My understanding is Dean, that there are now roof windows in all of the flats, which I think I can see on one of the plans, which I think is an improvement. And I am reassured by at least we do have Part O compliant in terms of the overheating. So I think that's positive, looking at the reasons we deferred last time. I had a couple of questions for Dean. My assumption is because they have to be M42 compliant, the lift is going to have to be replaced and would therefore benefit residents, because my understanding is the current lift probably isn't M42 compliant. And could the officer just confirm that in terms of sequencing, that would have to be in place before the flats were let out or sold? I am noting a lot. We have conditions 5 and 6 about noise and vibration, but a lot of the issues, we've had this in my ward, where you put in an extra roof level, is the kind of comings and goings and the muck and the disruption on the stairwell. So I wondered if officers would accept a strengthening of condition 5 or 6 or a new condition, where we particularly talk about residential amenity and use of the facilities. So, for example, not putting really heavy things in the lift so it breaks. I would like it to talk about things like how the build is managed, how the cleaning is managed every evening, and particularly, I think, notification to residents of when things are going to happen. So if there's going to be a particularly noisy few days, let's tell people. And I think a reference to asbestos would be sensible, just to make sure. And I think the impact of scaffolding, whilst it is a short-term measure, I don't see why those conditions couldn't say that residents need to be informed about scaffolding, because my understanding is scaffolding wouldn't necessarily block light, because you don't have to cover it over. So I just would be grateful if officers could comment on whether they would accept some strengthening, because I do feel it's not just noise and vibration, it's the general clutter and muck, and at the end of the day when people have been dragging things up and down potentially 8 floors of stairs. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Good points. And we've spoken before about existing residents having contact with a site manager, ideally by mobile telephone, that someone picks up straight away. That would be good, and that would be a good informative, I think, to add, is what you're saying, I think, Councillor. But quite a few points there. Can you come back on those then, please, Dean?
Yeah, so in terms of the lift, yes, they are providing a new lift core, which is primarily for fire safety, but it will be used by residents accessing the new residential units. And because of condition 23, yes, they will have to comply with those regulations to make sure that the lift is upgraded. There is no trigger on that. I think it's just a compliance condition, but I'm happy to reword that condition 23 to make sure that it's prior to occupation, if members are happy with that, just to make sure that lift is upgraded prior to, like you say, prior to the selling of the flats or whatever else. In terms of the general internal areas of the building, I mean, that's primarily the management company's responsibility to make sure that the internal areas are kept clean from any muck or any anything else, to make sure that usability of the site is retained. Also with the scaffolding, I note your point about that as well. I'm wondering whether if members are in agreement, I could add another condition on to condition a construction management plan to get those details, and that sort of covers all of those points prior to commencement. If members are happy with that, that would sort of umbrella all of those issues, and so that we have those details up front, if members would be happy with that. So through you, Chair, if you want to take a vote on that.
No, we're all nodding, I think, pretty much. No one's shaking their heads anyway, so I think we're all good on that. Do that. Yep. Can I just pick you up on one thing? You spoke about the lift and fire safety. So there are lifts you can use in a fire, but generally that's only in places like hospitals. So I presume this isn't going to be a lift you use in a fire.
No, so they had to incorporate the lift through the direction of the health safety executive, who were consulted during the course of the application. So they're actually told to put in a new lift for those purposes.
Okay, thank you. Right, next is Councillor Poor. Were you okay with that response, Spies?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm very happy for an extra condition. And I think it's particularly about that just daily amenity. And as I think the Chair rightly said, having some kind of contact if there's a problem. Because it is up to the builders to clear away, not just the management company, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So next is Councillor Griffin.
Yes, given some of the comments from residents, I think it's important to establish how many apartments are actually in the current building. And so it's a 7-story building currently, and if the floor plan is anything like the proposed 8th floor, there would be 8 apartments on each floor, so that's 56 apartments, not 100, I think, as someone said. Yeah, but also we had a clarification that it couldn't be more than 100. But I don't know if we were talking about residents or number of flats, but I think there's probably around, let's say 56 or maybe some more if they have more than 8 flats per floor. But the concern that I have, and I don't know, again, I don't know if this is a planning matter, but do the local fire departments have the kind of equipment that they can put out a fire on the 8th floor of a building? I don't know if that's the case or not. That's it.
Well, it's a very important matter anyway. Let's just go straight back to Dean on that then and get that clarified. Dean, please. And also on the number of flats or residents, is that a planning matter for this item or not, Dean?
In terms of the number of existing flats, no, it's not a material planning consideration. I mean, the proposed development, subject to the conditions we're recommending, officers consider that there are measures in place to protect the amenities of the existing residents within the existing flats. So I think the number of existing flats doesn't really matter in this instance, as long as we're protecting their amenities, which we feel that we are now. In terms of the fire precautions, condition 18 secures the provision of fire hydrants, and this was recommended by the Cambridgeshire Fire and Rescue Department through the consultation process on the application. So officers consider that there are fire safety mitigation measures in place.
Right, thanks. So in that case, I've got Councillor Bennett next. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about cutting in front of you, Nadia, but my points relate quite closely to Councillor Porras, so I wanted to come in on those while we still had those in mind. The first one is about lifts and condition 23. As you know, I am a scooter user and a wheelchair user, and quite often the problem with lifts that are supposedly wheelchair compliant is you can't actually get into them because there isn't a sufficient turning circle or a suitable pathway. And if it would be possible to expand the wording of condition 23 to also cover pathways and turning circles on lift approaches, I think that would be really appreciated. And also, Councillor Porras' point about not breaking the lift is very relevant. If it's used as a goods lift by the contractors, and that's clearly also a potential problem. So, next subject, and that is impact on existing residents of construction. I don't have a feel for how bad this could be because I don't know how long the construction process will take, and I don't know if Dean has any information he can share with us on that. I did want to raise some points about I'd really like to see a resident liaison committee with this. I know we're asking for there to be a site manager mobile phone, but I think residents are clearly anxious about this. and I think some advanced information discussion would be really helpful. For example, there's things like our standard hours for construction. These are great for people who are working outside the home and only there at evenings and weekends. But we have so many people who now work from home or have a disability and are not mobile and are there 24/7. So I'd really like to see some dialogue with residents so that the construction can be managed sensitively. Councillor Porrer has also picked up my other point, so I can stop now. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Got a few more councillors yet, but just on that then, Dean, excuse me, the M4Q2 compliance on the lift, is that something, you know, in terms of what Councillor Bennett's just said, that we want to pick up, or are we content with the M42 compliance? And also, in terms of impact on existing residents, is that going to be a civil matter? If it's subject to condition, any further impact that residents feel subject to that could be something that they need to take up themselves, or is it something for us to consider here, Dean?
In terms of the, I mean, I completely appreciate the point raised regarding wheelchair access. I mean, the developer would have to comply with M42 regulations. I mean, we could amend that condition so that details are submitted to us, so we can see those details prior to installation of the lift, so we know that it will be capable of accommodating wheelchair access. If that would make members more comfortable with that situation. But yeah, I think we could probably amend that to secure those details so we actually see them before they install the lift. In terms of, I mean, yeah, I completely appreciate there will be disturbance upon existing residents to some degree, like there is with all construction. I mean, we have recommended a series of conditions to help minimise that, which are acceptable in planning terms. And I think with the new condition, which we're going to recommend as well, I think we will have most bases covered, if not all bases covered, in terms of amenity of existing residents. I mean, I understand there should be communication between the management company and existing residents, but we can't really condition that through planning. So, I mean, again, I can put an informative on to encourage the management company to engage with the existing residents to make them more comfortable with the works. I'm sure they will do that, but I can put an informative on to encourage them to do that. Yeah, I think also with condition 5, it does require details regarding monitoring public communication and complaint handling. So we will obviously make sure that those details are secured prior to commencement. So we will see those details prior to commencement, and we will make sure that the details are acceptable. And yeah, so I think we have got things covered in terms of protecting the amenities of existing residents in officers' views.
All right, thanks, Dean. So going back to what you said about the lift, so yeah, let's do that then. So if that comes to chair, vice chair and spokes, that'll be myself, Councillor Bajan, Councillor Bennett and Councillor Porrer. So that means that Councillor Bennett will obviously have the chance to look at that detail before we potentially go forward on that. Okay, and oh, just to check that, Dean, I wasn't expecting tradespeople, builders, all of that to be using the resident lift. I would have thought they would be using the scaffolding to get up. Do you imagine they will be using the lift? Do we have any knowledge of that?
there's no knowledge of that, but if we're conditioning construction management plan, those details should come through in that. So we'll have those details in due course.
Okay, right, fine. So Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I would like, because the last time when we discussed it at the committee, the comment regarding overheating, I think I raised it. I'm very pleased to see robust evidence showing that the building is not going to overheat. So just a big plus. I would like to welcome the condition 23, clarifying how the building is going to, whether the current building is accessible on all floors, because this is something that I currently don't understand, whether there's been proper check of how accessible the existing pathways are and whether they're compliant with Part M currently. So this is something I would like to maybe the case officer to comment on. I think in terms of the construction method condition, what is the trigger? Is it going to be submitted prior to construction? And because that's important that it's all understood by both the planning authority, by the councillors, and more importantly, by the residents, because I can quite sympathize with people living in the building where the construction is just happening on top of the building. It's quite different to having something in your neighbor's backyard. It's quite, and it's a bit worrying that we can't really, through planning, impose the submission of the construction method statement as part of the planning submission, because in this case it is critical, but if it's just part of the conditions, when we're going to see those details is important. And I think third bit that hasn't been covered is the cycle parking. I think one of the residents, the statement was read out, was concerned with the number of cycle parking spaces. I actually thought that there will be an over provision of the new cycle parking spaces, but I would like to hear from the case officer if this is the case and whether we do have any concerns about this. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, fair bit there. Dean, can you just go through those then, please?
So the first point, I think you were referring to how they're going to access the roof of the building. I mean, again, I think that would probably, or it would have to come through in the details submitted to discharge the condition we're putting on for the construction management plan. So we'll see those details and make sure that things are in place. The construction management plan itself, the trigger would be, in officer's view, it'd probably be prior to removal of the apparatus, just to make sure that everything is in place before even the apparatus is removed. That's my view anyway. And with the cycle parking spaces, yes, they are providing an over provision within the same location of the existing cycle parking spaces, and the details are going to be secured via condition 12. So yes, there is no provision of cycle parking because of the sustainable location of the site, and also car ownership has reduced significantly from a survey they've undertaken, so it will make sense to provide more cycle parking. I think that was everything.
All right, thanks. So you want to come back, Councillor? Yep, go ahead.
Just one point on whether the building has been assessed in terms of accessibility, whether the existing part of the building is currently accessible for wheelchair users.
Dean?
For wheelchair users, was that?
Correct, yeah.
Well, the existing building, I don't know about the existing building because that doesn't form technically part of the application. They're only proposing the extension on top of the existing building. So that's not really what we're assessing under this application. The proposed flats will be, through conditions of the new lift and the corridor and the spaces within the rooms, or within the flats, sorry, will be M42 compliant. But in terms of the existing corridors of the existing building, I'm not sure because it doesn't form part of the proposed development.
Okay, Councillor Locomotiva. Okay, thank you. Look, this item has gone a bit longer than I expected. I've had a request for a break, so let's just have a 5-minute break, comfort break, please. Don't discuss the item, we're still in the middle of the item, and then come back at 11:30, please. So we're no longer live streaming. Are you okay, Katie? Do you want to eat your thing first? Yeah, okay, right. Right, we all finish our snacks, then we'll get back on the live stream in a minute. So hold on. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, I know. I've noticed. Yeah. Right, we'll start again in a couple of minutes, then, everyone. Right, if you want to make us go live again, then please, Claire. Okay, welcome back after a short break. Thanks for that. I needed a break as well. So we're on item 5, Mayflower House, in the middle of debate with members. I wanted to say a couple of things. Any more members should I add to the list? Yeah, Councillor Bajan. Okay, I'll say my couple of things. I don't particularly like the item. These roof extensions are always very difficult. Buildings are buildings. Adding bits to buildings doesn't often work terribly well. I think this is a rhetorical statement, I suppose, mostly, but I think the views from the bridge and from Midsummer Common are not improved, in fact made worse, I'd say, especially the view from Midsummer Common. I mean, having comms on a roof isn't necessarily the most beautiful thing, but it does tend to give a roof a sort of a look in the horizon that tends to merge into the horizon with another piece of solid form on top of a building which hasn't been designed with the building in the first place in mind. You get a different sort of building and it doesn't look good, but that's probably not enough to refuse the item. The only other thing I'd raise is that the 8 units are proposed to be added. I'm not quite clear whether any of those are single aspect or supposed to be single aspect. So for example, I know that they've now, some or all of them have got roof vents, which is a good thing. They work well generally, but it appears to me that it could be the case if the end ones are said to be not single aspect because they have 2 external wall facades, that the ones along the main longer facades could be single aspect. That would mean that 4 would be, I think, single aspect potentially. That would be 50%. That's quite high. So, Dean, can you just come back and clarify whether I've got that right or wrong, please?
Yeah, you are correct. So 6 of the units will be single aspect, with the 2 units on either end of the extension having side windows as well. So yeah, six in total will be single aspect.
No, I'm not clear now then. So how many units are there in total? 8?
8, yeah.
So won't there be two and 2 at both ends? So at least 4 over. So that's 4 that are single aspect, not 6. Or what have I got wrong there?
Hold on. Sorry, 3 are not single aspects. That leaves 5. Sorry, 5 are single aspects. It's because of the internal configurations. So where the new lift core is going prevents unit number 8 not having a window in the side elevation. So that's also single aspect. So 5 in total are single aspect.
Okay, so that's not good. That's quite a high number as well. That's over half of the units are single aspect units. Any other debate on that, councillors? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. This isn't so much on this particular issue, but on the principle of using permitted development rights to put additional layers on flats which are already in occupation. And we've already seen it cause a lot of contention at Planning Committee. I'm aware that the City Council has done some consultations about doing this themselves and has establish some principles as to what ethical use of admitted development rights, what form that might take. And since we're working up for a local plan revision, I wonder if we could consider having a permitted development for additional layers of flats, code of conduct, since it seems to me that this is something that we're increasingly going to be seeing going forward.
Well, I think I'm right in saying, correct me if I'm wrong, Toby or Dean, but we can only work with policy we've got on the table today, so that will be something for the future. Yeah, you're nodding. Okay, good. Okay, so who was next? I'm not quite sure. Councillor Bajan, I think, wasn't it?
Maybe, maybe not. I return to the fire thing, Chair. This is an old building. It's not a new building. It wasn't built to current fire rigs. Will there be a dry riser put in there in a smoke lobby? And if so, can we condition it to be installed before the development starts? Because in the event of a fire occurring on the roof, it's no good saying, well, the dry riser was going to be put in when it's finished. It needs to be in there right at the beginning. That's not point one. And this is a bit off the wall, this one. Affordable homes. There's only 8 here, but bearing in mind that there's there's a lot of other flats below that. Does this need to have 40% affordable?
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I'm going to ask Toby, Dean, to answer the first question. I'll go back to you on the second one. So, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So, I mean, actually, this is one of the first applications that we've seen, residential applications, that has been kind of triggered by the new Grenfell regulations and the gateway provisions set out, which include a kind of gateway for planning where you've got resi over 17, 18 metres. So the application comes with it a fire strategy, which details a lot of the detail that we've been talking about today. So, for example, it talks about a new dry riser to be installed in the west core with access points on each half of the building with signage. It talks about a new fire detection and alarm system that needs to be put in. It talks about evacuation periods for existing residents, and for proposed reddings, it considers the cladding. So it considers that whole kind of gamut of considerations that you'd want to have surety about. In terms of going forward, there's no need for planning committee to condition these elements. They will form part of a process, a gateway process that would ultimately need building control sign off. So I think members can be reassured that actually this has all been very, very kind of carefully considered by the applicants at this stage.
Thank you, Toby. And Dean, well, actually, hold on to the second point, Dean, because it's a small one. Let's get some more stuff for you. So, Councillor Todd-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, you were actually asking for some reflection on your points, and I was having a look at the plans. It's interesting living in a single aspect.
Your microphone closer, please, Councillor.
Living in a single aspect, 1-bedroom flat at the moment, the key point to me is whether there's a through circulation of air. And so a combination of the dual aspect flats and the vents seems to me to answer those key concerns. The other point is about the visual aspect of the building, and the top floor proposal is, I think it actually enhances the building, and it's, for me it's an improvement architecturally, and actually I quite like the design.
Thanks for that, it's useful. Right, any more debate? No. Okay, in that case, we'll go to the recommendation then, please, Toby.
40%.
Oh, I apologise, sorry. So, Dean, the 40% affordable. So, can you respond to Councillor Bajan, please?
No, it's not required in the instance because the proposal only involves 8 new units, which is below the threshold to secure affordable housing in this instance.
Okay, Councillor, are you okay with that? Well, no, you're not okay with it, but you got your response. Right, okay, recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations to approve, it's set out on page 65 of the officer report and turns the corner onto page 66. It is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. It also includes an additional construction environmental management plan condition, the trigger for which would be prior to the removal of apparatus. The construction of that particular condition is to include communication and liaison specifically with residents and with reference to scaffolding, its positioning and timing, and it includes an amendment to condition 23 to include a prior to occupation trigger for the information and a requirement for any submission in relation to condition 23 to demonstrate wheelchair suitable access, including turning space for for M42 compliance. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Toby. James, what is it?
Was there an informative as well, Chair, about resident liaison committee? I wasn't quite sure.
Resident liaison informative, Toby?
That's in the new Kemp that I referred to.
Right, we got it. Okay, so recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
That'll be 8, Chair.
So the item is approved. Thank you very much, councillors. Thanks to case officer and speakers to the item. So thank you very much. So do we need another break now? Or we just carry on? We just have one, haven't we? Yeah. Okay. Right. So next item is start with the majors. Then Histon Road, item 6. So for this one, we've got 6 minutes speaking time for each side. So Katula Lloyd, objector, local resident, no name. And then we've got on the applicant side, Ben Binns and Paul Belton. And then we've got councillors Payne and councillor Smith to speak on the item. Right, so Aaron, you're online, are you? Yeah. Yeah, hi Aaron, good morning. So if you want to present the item then please, Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. I just check everyone can see my screen clearly and hear me okay?
Yep, can do.
Brilliant. So, good morning all. For those that don't know me, my name is Aaron Coe. I'm a Principal Planning Officer at the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service and Case Officer for this application, which is the proposed development at 137 and 143 Histon Road. The application proposes the construction of 70 new homes, car parking, landscaping and associated works. The application reference number is 24/01354/FUL. The applicant for this development is the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is a joint venture between Cambridge City Council and Hill, which was set up in 2017 with the goal of delivering high quality homes in sustainable locations. This is a Regulation 3 planning application, as the council is a joint applicant. So this slide shows the site location plan as existing with an aerial view of the application site. The site measures 1.18 hectares in area and borders Histon Road to the east, the Histon Road Recreation Ground immediately to the south. You've got Greengates Court to the north, which is a residential development, Masters House also to the north, which is student accommodation. And we've got Seabees Yard to the west of the site, again residential. Murkitt's car dealership buildings previously occupied the southern half of the application site, and these buildings were demolished last year under a prior approval application, and this part of the site is now cleared. The northern half of the site consists of vacant buildings, which also have prior approval consent for their demolition, which is a disused builder's yard as well to the north. Immediately to the northeast is the ATS Tyre and Car Services workshop. In terms of site constraints, the site is outside but immediately adjacent to the Castle and Victoria Conservation Area. The site is subject to an area tree preservation order. The site is in flood zone 1, which is an area of very low flood risk from rivers and seas, and the site is also an area of low surface water flooding risk.
Aaron, just stop a minute. Hold on.
Can I start again? Or it's up to Aaron, really.
Yeah, I think if you restarted from the beginning, Chair, if you want to do it.
Aaron, can you start the presentation again? Because Councillor Thornborough has just this minute walked in. She was delayed by something at the other matter. So it'd be good if Councillor Thornborough can take part in this debate as well, as a long-standing member of Planning Committee. So if you wouldn't mind just skipping through the first part you've already done, please, Aaron.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. So the application proposes the construction of 17 new homes, car parking, landscaping and associated works. As shown on this slide, the application reference number is 24/01354. And just talking through the site location. So this slide shows the site location plan as existing and also an aerial view of the site. The site measures 1.18 hectares in area and borders Histon Road to the east, the recreation ground to the south. We've got residential development at Greengate Court to the north, student accommodation within Masters House, and also residential accommodation to the west at Seabees Yard. In terms of site constraints, the site is outside but immediately adjacent to the Castle and Victoria Conservation Area. The site is subject to an area tree preservation order and within flood zone 1, so an area of low flood risk. So moving into the details of the proposal, the application proposes the demolition of the existing buildings and erection of 70 new homes, car parking, landscaping and associated works. The applicants have worked collaboratively with the council's specialist officers through an extensive pre-application process, and the scheme has been reviewed by a design review panel, which is independent from the local planning authority, and at a pre-application members briefing. The next few slides will just run through the street scenes of the proposed houses and apartments within the development. So at the entrance to the site along Histon Road, we have a block of apartments being proposed. The apartment block will consist of 25 apartments, a mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom flats. The proposed design of this apartment block is considered to turn the corner into the site successfully and create an appropriate transition from the existing 2-storey properties along Histon Road. So as you can see, the 2-storey homes existing, stepping up to 3-storey for sort of a gable-ended townhouse appearance for the apartment block, and then also stepping up to 4-storey at the corner of Histon Road. The proposed addition of 3- and 4-storey buildings in this location is considered acceptable and supported by the council's urban design and also the conservation officer. The 4-storey element of the block is proposed to have a green roof, so it'll be a flat roof, and the parapet has been designed to provide some articulation and create sort of an impression and articulation of pitches, shallow pitches, as you can see on the CGIs. So to the southwest of the apartment block are 3 terrace properties proposed. These will all be 2-bedroom properties, and through the pre-application process, various design changes have been made to these properties in terms of orientation, reducing the ridge heights and the addition of hip roofs, and also increasing the separation distance from the properties along Histon Road. This is all to ensure there was no detrimental impact on the amenity of neighbours. Along the southern boundary, this slide shows the southeast, the south of the dwellings to the south of the access road. So just to be clear, I'm working my way around the site in a clockwise form from the apartment block. So the first set of elevations are the 3 properties in the southeast corner, and then now I'll work my way along the boundaries. So this slide shows south of the access road. So we've got the apartment blocks at the entrance and then plots 33 to 42. And then we've got the pocket park in the middle to break up the built form, and then plots 26 and 32 which are the properties here, as shown on that slide. Then we've got the western boundary, 3-storey properties, and then stepping down to 2-storey properties adjacent to the Green Gates Court. So they're plots 19 to 25. Then we've got the northwest courtyard properties, plots 15 to plots 18, again stepping down to 2-storey adjacent to the existing residential properties. And then the north of the access road shows a series of terrace properties, a pair of semi-detached, and then we have the side elevation of plot 18. So principle of development, policy 3 seeks to ensure that new residential development is appropriately located, and this includes with respect to surrounding uses, accessibility and access to facilities. This application site is in a location which has other residential uses in close proximity, has good transport accessibility, and is on land which is allocated for residential use. The proposed development will make efficient use of a brownfield site and provide a valuable contribution to the delivery of affordable homes within the city, helping to address the local housing need and contribute to the overall housing requirements within Cambridge by providing 70 new homes, including 28 affordable homes. With this in mind, the proposals are considered to comply with Policy 3 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. The adopted local plan allocation supports the principle of residential development of an indicative capacity over the full allocation area of 78 dwellings. Therefore, the addition of 70 homes proposed by this application will result in an exceedance of the number of dwellings as set out in R2 allocation, given that the Green Gates Court development to the north has been implemented. However, within the emerging Greater Cambridge Local Plan, the allocation has been refined to exclude the already developed land to the north, but continues to include the ATS building, the indicative capacity being 110 dwellings. So as you can see here, this is the emerging local plan allocation and the existing within R2. So you can see the development to the north has now been removed, where it was previously shown within the R2 allocation. So moving on to the housing mix, the proposed development being presented today includes 28 affordable homes, which meets the Cambridge Local Plan policy requirements of Policy 45, so 40% of the total provision. The scheme includes a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom properties, 1, 2 and 3 bed flats within the apartment block, and also 3 bedroom houses for affordable too. So you've got the 3 bedroom houses there, quite centrally located along the access road, and then 25 flats within the apartment block. The application is considered to introduce an acceptable mix of dwelling sizes which responds to the local need for the much needed affordable homes in the city. In terms of single aspect homes, the application proposes 6 out of 70 homes to be single aspect, which equates to 8.5% of the overall development. Whilst officers appreciate members' concerns with this, given that 91.5% of all homes are dual aspect or better, the applicants have clearly prioritised designing out single aspect homes where possible. I've just shown on this plan, circled in yellow, the 6 single aspect units within the apartment block. So we've got 3 on the first floor and 3 on the second floor, 4 to be east facing and 2 to be west facing. The applicants have submitted a thermal comfort assessment which has demonstrated all of the single aspect homes achieve compliance with Part O of the building regs and will provide adequate accommodation in terms of overheating and ventilation. As set out in the ministerial statement, the government does not expect plan makers to set local energy efficiency standards for buildings that go beyond current or planned building regulation requirements. Therefore, the evidence submitted to demonstrate compliance with Part O is sufficient and is considered acceptable in this instance. All properties meet or exceed nationally prescribed space standards. All properties will have direct access to private external amenity space, including balconies, winter gardens for the apartments, and gardens and roof terraces for the houses. 2 of the homes are proposed to be wheelchair accessible dwellings, M43 compliant, which is 7.5% of the total affordable provision. This exceeds the policy requirement of 5%. The amount of cycle parking is also proposed to exceed the cycle parking standards as set out in Policy 82. Each house will have a covered and secure cycle store. You can see, I appreciate the image is quite small, but there's cycle parking stores both to the front of the houses and to the rear, with the exception of plots 13 and 14, which will have a large integral garage, 7 metres deep garage. There's plenty of space for cycle parking internally. Within the apartment block, 36 spaces are provided in the form of Sheffield stands, and 2 spaces allocated for cargo bikes within the communal store too, which is supported by officers. And we'll also have visitor cycle parking proposed at the front of the apartment block. We've got condition 13, which will secure the detailed design of the cycle stores. Car parking. So the application site is inside the controlled parking zone, and the maximum standard is no more than 1 space per dwelling. And the proposed development includes 1 dedicated on-plot parking space for the houses, which meets the maximum standard set out in Policy 82. We've got 6 visitor bays proposed within the development, and 2 allocated accessible car parking spaces proposed for the M43 flats within the apartment block. In terms of open space, as set out within the committee report, the proposals do not provide the required amount of on-site public open space when calculated against the Planning Obligation Strategy (SPD). However, Policy 68 of the local plan states that the following: alternative provision off-site may be acceptable in certain circumstances, which include where the site is of insufficient size to make appropriate provision on site, or where there is access to existing open space surrounding the area of the proposed residential development, which can be met more appropriately by providing either new or enhanced provision off-site. As I've set out within the officer report, various options have been considered, and we've weighed up the officers have weighed up the benefits of delivering more open space on site compared to the option of creating a denser form of development, which will make a more meaningful contribution to the housing delivery of both affordable and private homes within the city centre location. Officers considered the proposed approach to be an appropriate strategy for this site. Officers considered the delivery of a larger area of open space on a site immediately adjacent to the existing Histon Road recreation ground, which can be accessed directly from the site, would be making inefficient use of a brownfield site in a sustainable location. As such, in this instance, the delivery of more affordable homes and private homes, along with the requirement for financial contributions and a scheme to enhance existing open space, has been given more weight in the planning balance and is considered acceptable. It's just worth drawing attention to the access points, the access point that's proposed as part of this application. So, as originally submitted, there was a central link through the pocket park to the recreation ground. Following resident feedback, significant number of objections were received to the central access point and the impact it would have from a safeguarding perspective on the children's play spaces. That central link has been removed during the course of the application, and instead an enhanced route from the eastern boundary has been introduced, as you can see shown in these CGIs. So you've got the central pocket park, which is now an area for seating with some wildflower planting to the rear, which will still provide a visual connection, but there will not be a physical link proposed as part of this application. Moving on to trees, various trees have been removed as part of under the prior approval applications for demolition works. These trees included a mixture of smaller and low quality category U and C trees. The trees were not subject to the area tree preservation order. Within the application site, category C trees are retained along with the majority of the trees along the boundary of the application site. The proposals do involve the loss of 2 category Cs and 1 category B tree, to facilitate the development. Conditions have been imposed to ensure the existing trees along the boundaries are protected, and also a replacement tree planting strategy condition is imposed at condition 22. In terms of biodiversity net gain, the proposed development has demonstrated a net gain of 325% in hedgerow units on site. However, the scheme only achieves a net gain of 8.13% in habitat units. As such, in order to achieve the targeted 20% biodiversity net gain, off-site mitigation is also required. The strategy submitted by the applicants focuses on delivering both on-site and off-site works. Any off-site works will need to be secured through the Section 106 agreement. So the applicants have submitted details of a biodiversity net gain, which proposes habitat creation within the adjacent recreation ground, which is managed and maintained by Cambridge City Council. However, the Section 106 is proposed to be drafted to allow other off-site solutions to be sourced if the required uplift cannot be secured within the recreation ground. The precise details of the net gain scheme will require further engagement with the Council City Services team to ensure the proposals do not impact the existing multifunctional uses within the recreation ground. The off-site BNG, biodiversity net gain, would need to be registered with DEFRA, and the details of the net gain scheme, management and maintenance for a 30-year period will be secured through an obligation within the Section 106 agreement. Subject to this, the approach to biodiversity net gain is considered acceptable. So to conclude my presentation, having regard to the planning balance in this case, for the reasons set out within the officer report, and as mentioned within this presentation, officers consider the benefits of the scheme to outweigh the matters outlined in the report which weigh against the proposals. The planning balance in this case is considered to fall in favour of approval of the application. I need to bring members' attention to some updates following the publication of the report and the amendment sheet. So we've got an updated list of planning conditions, which can be found within the amendment sheet on pages 7 to 23. So they're the conditions we're focusing on at the committee meeting today. Also, members must note that discussions between the applicants and the County Council are ongoing in respect of the financial contribution towards the Hitton Road improvement works. So the transport assessment team, myself, are communicating with the applicants to agree the figure, as there's been some queries over the calculation methods, which has led to the figure in the committee report. Also, a further representation was received via email at 11:20 p.m. last night, requesting the item be withdrawn from the agenda due to the publication of Appendix A, which is the Design Review Panel report. The email suggested that the document was not accessible under the planning portal on public access. But this document is a consultative response produced by an independent body made up of technical specialists, so architects, transport consultants, sustainability consultants that sit on this independent design review panel, which is separate from the local authority. And the design review panels are encouraged by officers at pre-application stage, which is when this scheme was reviewed by the panel. But it is an optional review. So the submission of this document with the application is not a validation requirement, and it is not required to be consulted on by the local planning authority at formal application stage. As I said, this review took place at pre-app when discussions with applicants are confidential, but it's been published with the agenda today for 5 working days in advance of this meeting, just to show the process the applicants have been through and the interrogation that was given to the scheme at pre-application stage. So moving on to the recommendation, approval is recommended subject to the updated list of conditions and informatives, with delegated authority to officers to amend and add conditions where required, and the satisfactory completion of a Section 106 agreement with delegated authority to officers to agree the final contribution amount and include any other obligations considered appropriate and necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aaron. Very clear. I think you were clear on the Appendix A point raised by a resident from the Design Review Panel. But I just wanted to check whether Richard Pitt, Legal Advisor, wanted to say any more on that, or whether he was content with what you said so far.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Yes, given that on page 124, the design review panel meeting is summarised at 7.36. In addition to what Aaron's already said, I'm satisfied that it's out here for members to ask further questions about, but it summarises the position. It was pre this application coming to the council in its final form today for determination.
Right, thanks, Richard. Turn the thing off, that's yeah, good. Okay, speakers, right, first Katula, hello, hi. So you've got, well, in total, 6 minutes to speak. There's a resident objector statement to be read out as well. How long does that look like, James, any idea?
It's very short, Chair, I can read it.
Yeah, okay, we'll do Katula first. So you got getting on for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm Katuli Lloyd. The email which Martin was referring to just now was sent by my lawyer, Richard Buxton, late last night, just wanting to draw attention to the Planning Committee that this document, which is potentially very...
Sorry, Katula, sometimes things go on and off a bit, but don't worry, we'll stop the clock and add on.
Okay, yep, back on. That it is just...
Some images. Were there some images you wish to speak to?
There were 2 images, but I'm just quickly giving a note about the email which was sent last night.
All right, you go ahead, go
on. That just so that the Planning Committee could be aware that this highly important document was not made available to any members of the public, and it was not included in any of the initial paperwork put forward by the applicant. It was only released 5 days ago. And that is why my lawyer suggested, since it's so obviously unlawful not to be releasing documents, that that this item be deferred, but that's been refused. So now on to my main points. My main legal points against the application, which I feel are still unexplained and unaccounted for, are the following. And this is where the images, I would be very grateful for the images. James, thank you.
Are they in the public? Hang on a minute, just a minute. Let's just check we've got them. So have you got them and they're in the public domain?
The images are with the planning officer, Chair, so the thing to do with all public images is to ask the planner if they're in the public domain.
So Aaron, are they in the public domain, these images?
Yes,
Yep.
both images to be shared are in the public domain.
And Katula, do you want the both at the same time?
Because
one after
if
the
possible,
other?
I wanted just the one without my colourful, beautiful markings on it. There was just a plain one, that one initially.
Yeah.
So that the planning committee could,
and
yes, and then as I speak,
yeah, you
I'll
say next
when.
image and then Aaron will do his best to get the next one straight away. Right.
So this is the eastern side of the park where the proposed, that was one of the proposed access points, the remaining, in theory, access point is being proposed. By creating an eastern access point in the way that they are, and by rearranging the existing bow top railings, CRPE are decreasing the size of the woodland playground for the park for children. So if you can see here, there's the path going down, which is in grey, where the red marker is very helpfully, thank you very much, that's the proposed access point. And there are purple railings to the left-hand side, which are being proposed. The red railings at the bottom, if you go off right, are proposed to be removed. So if you could now just change to my second image. Thank you. As I have illustrated, the red line shows the existing railings, which they want to remove, and the encircled yellow area is the woodland that will be lost to free play in the safety of the playground section of the park. Just for everybody's attention here, so the railings which are also in blue, which run down sort of from, as an exactly where the red marker is going, these railings were put in the 80s. The whole park was bought intending to be a playground for children, but the railings were put in order to just separate the dog walking off from the playground space, the part of the playground space. So it will become an extension of the new access path, that whole area within the yellow markings, as pedestrians from the development will move freely over this area. Their bow-top railings will be only on one side of the path. CIP are taking away a chunk of playground that they have no right to do. There is no explanation as to why the developers, let alone the council themselves, have the temerity to reconfigure the playground space. All parts of the playground area should be safeguarded. 2, there is still no satisfactory answer as to why the BNG cannot be increased to over 10%. At the Development Control Forum on the 23rd of July, it became clear that CIP have already made their plans, and despite the volume of objections from the community, are disinclined to rework these due to the knock-on effects that even one amendment, e.g. the removal of one house and the insertion of a small playground or green space would have. As Jacques van der Weyer said, it would involve changing the orientation of the entire development. Therefore, it is clear that CIP are inflexible, probably because they know they have the council's own interest and backing to push through the plans. At this point, I would like to once again stress the particular nature of the original gift, by which I mean the land that has become the recreation ground. It was intended to be a playground for children and to ensure safety that it have unclimbable railings around. But these prerequisite covenants, and therefore the spirit of the recreation ground, are essentially being ignored and disrespected. I would also like to emphasise the number of objections. 100+ thoughtfully written and lengthy ones is no small number. If the current application is passed, this will ride roughshod over local feeling. Most people accept there's nothing wrong with building new homes on a brownfield site. But what they don't like is the typical squeezing in of a development, and the fact that its lack of green space means Hills can instead offer easy access to the recreation ground as an attractive sell for new residents. In so doing, Hills both disguise their own real motivation, high density, bigger profit, and ignore the plain fact that the recreation ground is, after all, but a couple of minutes' walk from the development along the Histon Road. The Cambridge City Council might well have afforded Hills developers exclusive right of access into the park, but there are access points and there are access points. One discrete access point, fenced off and directly alongside the very most southeastern boundary line, bottom right-hand corner of my yellow box or near plot 43. Would you possibly be able to move the red cursor to the bottom right-hand corner? Very bottom there, yeah. That is where, that would be a discrete access point. An unnecessarily is one thing. An unnecessarily divisive and invasive curved access path running into the park westwards, then running south beside the basketball pitch, hindering people, boys and girls, from playing there, subsequently slicing off part of the playground is quite another. One is practical, the other is landscaping, to assume a parkland front garden integral to the connectivity of this development, to use Carter Jonas's bogus term. Sadly, conservation areas and children's playgrounds, already overrun in the UK, are but an afterthought for developers, and it seems for councils too. The charity Play England have said, "There is no protection for children. Playgrounds fall through the crack. There is nobody to speak for them." And they assert that mental health will suffer as a result. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. Right, if you want to turn your microphone off, then please, thanks. Welcome to stay there or sit back, whatever you want to do. And is it okay? Right, statement now, then, please, James.
Statement from local resident. The council seems to have forgotten the lesson learnt during COVID, that we need green space for physical and mental well-being and not dense urban development. And the council seems to be ignoring the fact that in 2019 it declared a biodiversity emergency. In the area of the proposed development, we are no longer seeing hedgehogs, bats or foxes and birds, and insects have all but disappeared. The natural world is now eerily quiet. Unfortunately, the council made some poor decisions in the past, including demolishing the historic city centre and kite area and building the not-for-purpose Newmarket Road pedestrian and cycle underpass. And currently, every bit of land is up for grabs for development. Water scarcity, disappearing nature and increasing stress on residents and infrastructure are being ignored. So what can be done? Well, the council should not be pushing for yet another dense housing development. Instead, it should grab hold of the golden opportunity to add proposed development land to the current overused recreation ground. This will give wildlife a chance to thrive in the areas away from human interference, and it will allow wonderful space for children, adults and dogs to enjoy. This is such a superb opportunity for an area that is already overdevelopment. Please don't throw it away.
Right, thanks, James. That was within the 6 minutes, I presume. So,
yes, we're just up to 7:30 as usual. Yeah, just slightly over.
So what was the total time in the end?
You'd allocated 7 minutes each side, Chair, so we're just a smidgen over.
That's right, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so on the applicant side, I've got Ben Binns and Paul Belton to speak. I don't know if they're here in the room or online. Oh, hello, yeah. Good afternoon. If you want to come up to the table there, thanks. So I don't know which of you is going to speak first, but you've got 7 minutes, around 7 minutes to speak, just a touch over, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Belton. I am the planning agent acting on behalf of Cambridge Investment Partnership. I've been advising on this project since its inception, and I seek to provide a brief summary of the journey we've been on and some of the key planning points that I think will be relevant to today's discussion. I'll then hand over to Ben Binns, who will set out a summary of the housing strategy for the site. As members are aware, this is an allocated site positively identified within the local plan to deliver new homes. It is brownfield land located in a well-connected and sustainable location. The delivery of new homes on an allocated site in accordance with the local plan benefits from the presumption in favour of sustainable development. Notwithstanding this, a very comprehensive pre-application process has been undertaken, which has included numerous pre-application meetings, public exhibitions, and a referral to the Cambridgeshire Quality Panel. The very extensive engagement has been used to steer and inform the detailed design of what is now being presented. Following the submission of the application, the collaborative approach to the consideration of these proposals has continued, with further meetings held with officers and key stakeholders, and deliberation of the scheme through the Development Control Forum, the DCF. A key focus of discussion has been on the connections to the adjacent Histon Road recreation ground. At the beginning of the project, the proposed development initially proposed no direct connections to the park, with views being sought through the exhibition on the benefits of creating new routes. Feedback was also received through pre-application from officers, and that advice was that connectivity to the park was important and should be positively planned for within the scheme. In response, 2 connections to the park were proposed, and these connections were endorsed by the Quality Panel. Local concerns were, however, raised, and following further dialogue, the layout was amended and the number of connections proposed reduced to 1. This revised approach was presented at the DCF. The sole connection to the park now exists on the eastern side of the site. It ensures that all proposed homes have a safe and convenient connection to the park, but the sole point of connection can now be separated away from the segregated children's play area. While we are aware that some concerns remain, the final access strategy is one that we feel strikes an appropriate balance between providing connectivity and promoting sustainable travel, whilst protecting the integrity of the recreation ground. Proceeding with no connections into the park would not, in our view, be appropriate, would fail to promote healthy lifestyles and encourage sustainable travel, and would be a missed opportunity to create a well-connected and successful place. You've just heard about different merits of locating different connections to the park. Where we've located the access has been carefully considered, and I would say needs to be given very careful thought. A concealed access at the far south of the site, poorly overlooked, would not be good or positive planning. Within the site, 28 affordable homes and 42 new market homes are to be provided, ensuring KIP continue to deliver significant affordable housing across the city. The scheme is of high quality design, with all new homes achieving high sustainability standards. A number of existing trees have been retained and new planting is proposed. Opportunities to deliver wider biodiversity enhancements have also been developed. Together with off-site enhancements, the scheme will deliver a 20% biodiversity net gain. The relationship with adjacent properties has also been carefully reviewed, and the privacy and amenity of existing and proposed dwellings has been carefully assessed and found to be acceptable. The setting of the adjacent conservation area has been reviewed, and a sympathetic backdrop to the designated area will be delivered by these proposals that enhances the setting of the conservation area relative to the previous commercial use of the site. For all of the reasons I have set out, together with those provided in the committee report, we fully support the recommendation of approval, and I hope that these much needed market and affordable homes can now be delivered on the site.
It should light up if it's going to work. Maybe let's use that other one.
Good afternoon. My name is Bennett Binns, Assistant Director for Development for Cambridge City Council. I just want to provide some context to the Planning Committee regarding this application. This scheme, as you know, is being delivered by Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is an equal partnership between Cambridge City Council and Hill Investment Partnership to address the housing shortage across Cambridge. It's a successful partnership and is about to hand over its 1,000th home, having also delivered 600 council homes to date. There are approximately 3,000 people currently on the housing register waiting for affordable homes within the city. KIP purchased this brownfield site on the open market before the trust budget and rise in interest rates. That means this development has not been able to over-deliver on affordable housing delivery like many other KIP sites do. The scheme, however, is still policy compliant, and we have worked closely with a housing team to deliver a housing mix that responds to need. It is a tenure blind development with 70 homes, 28 council homes, and that's 40%. 28 homes, including the 3 houses, will be rented at 60% of market rents, and 7 will be at 80% for local workers. And this responds to an identified need in Cambridge for residents in work but unable to rent or buy at market levels. All homes will be gas-free and offer energy-efficient living that far exceeds the local plan requirements. And the council homes meet much of the Council Sustainable Housing Design Guide. Water consumption is also being reduced to 99 litres per person per day across the site, and you will have already heard there's a commitment to meeting net biodiversity gain of 20%. Throughout the planning process, we have engaged with the local community, hosting consultation events, and following our initial submission, we continue to incorporate community's feedback and address any concerns. As a result, we made several changes to the scheme to enhance the overall design and the biodiversity of the development. And we plan to continue to engage with the community throughout the next stages of detailed design. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much. So next speaker is Councillor Payne. Councillor Payne, are you?
I have a statement.
Oh, statement, sorry, yeah. If you want to read it out then, please, James.
We can take Councillor Smith first and I can read this.
Yeah, okay. So, Councillor Smith, if you're ready to speak first, that would be convenient. Are you online? Oh, is he? Oh, right. Oh, hello, Councillor. When you're ready. So you have unlimited time to speak, Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I'm Simon Smith. I'm a Castle Ward councillor, and I'm one of the council's 2 board members of the Cambridge Investment Partnership, the applicant for the site. As a local resident and parent, I've been a frequent user of the recreation ground for over 20 years, and the recreation ground is a much-loved green space and play area. It's part of parents' and is part of residents' shared life experience as children, parents and grandparents.
Councillor, can you get a bit closer to your microphone, please? Because
Anyway.
it's a bit difficult to hear at the back.
Sorry, right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, as close as I can.
We'll stop the clock and everything. Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The recreation ground includes a linear area secured from dogs. It has play equipment and facilities for children of all ages. The original proposals for the application site included an access directly into the secure play area, and this would have created a through route for dog walkers and would have had an adverse impact on the amenity value of the play area. I've championed objections to this proposal since the first consultation in November 2023, and it's been a matter of frustration to all concerned it's taken so long for it to be withdrawn. The revised scheme for determination by the committee today provides for a single access that will be outside the secure, usable play area. There is also a point of objection from residents, but this is justified on, the proposal is justified on local planning policy grounds, and it would provide a similar access to the recreation ground as that currently enjoyed by residents who use the other access points. Planning applications are assessed on evidence of their compliance with the relevant national planning policy framework and local plan policies and can only be refused on justified policy grounds. So no application is perfect, and there are invariably some aspects of a scheme that attract objections. In this context, planning committees are advised on the planning balance against all relevant planning policies. In this case, the officers reported application-wide compliance with relevant planning policies, including those relating to on and off-site public open space and biodiversity net gain provision. The applicant has pointed out that the specific local site allocation policy makes no specific requirement for on-site open space provision. The proposal is also consistent with Local Plan Policy 68, open space and recreation provision through new development. This policy states alternative provision of off-site open space may be acceptable in one of the following circumstances. So for proposed development sites of insufficient size to make appropriate provision feasible within the site. And the second limb of the policy states, in exceptional circumstances, if taking into account the accessibility, capacity of existing open space facilities and the circumstances of the surrounding area, the open space needs of the proposed residential development can be met more appropriately by providing either new or enhanced provision off-site. So in weighing the planning balance, the officers reported the option of providing a larger area of open space within the application site was considered. It was concluded that delivering a large area of open space on a site immediately adjacent to the recreation ground would be classed as making inefficient use of brownfield site in a sustainable location, and could be compensated for by financial contributions to enhance the existing open space and wider facilities. The proposal is compliant with both limbs of Local Plan Policy 68, and the allocations of the required Section 106 contributions are listed in the head of terms, paragraph 11.118 of the report. And these include £171,000 for the recreation ground, and those proposals will be the subject of public consultation. This has been controversial, and it's worried a lot of residents, and I think it would be positive for the committee to add a condition that no additional access points are ever created into the recreation ground from the development site beyond the proposed access. That would provide assurance, making people feel that their voices have been heard, and either the recreation will be secure, the safe area will be secured in perpetuity. On a point of detail, under condition 41, it would be helpful if the location of proposed air source heat pumps sited along the boundary of the recreation ground could be reviewed as against the location alongside the dwellings. This would be more energy efficient and mitigate possible loss of amenity to the users of the recreation ground. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So we've got the statement, if you're okay, Nana James? Yeah, so okay, statement from Councillor Payne.
Yes, Councillor Payne has submitted a written statement. She's unable to join committee today, but thanks you for taking it. She's speaking as a Castle Ward councillor. I'm writing to register to the committee a few points regarding redevelopment of Merket's Garage as a ward councillor. Firstly, I welcome this development to rejuvenate a disused garage and to provide much needed homes in Cambridge. The inclusion of affordable housing is vital, while of course we must acknowledge that the term affordable is a loose one in the current Cambridge housing market. I'm pleased to see that following the Development Control Forum in July, the applicant has altered the plans to reduce the number of footpaths from 2 to 1. For me, this is more acceptable than the initial plans for 2. Dividing the play area would greatly reduce the value of the recreation ground to current and new developments, and therefore 1 footpath positioned around the play area is more appropriate. I remain concerned, however, that the precedent this development sets by borrowing the recreation ground in order to meet its green space and biodiversity requirements. This seems to use the existing community facilities to enable the council to build and to maximise their profits from the commercial housing. It would be helpful for the planning committee to be able to see and consider what the impact on the provision of housing would be if the green space is provided within the Merket's Garage site itself in order to achieve a better balance of open space with the maximum number of properties. I hope the planning committee will give the same challenge and scrutiny to this use of public open space as they would if this application was submitted by a private developer. While I'm pleased to see the changes to the footpath so far, there's still a requirement to improve and increase the tree canopy, biodiversity and green space within development itself before this is acceptable in order to ensure our new residents are provided with the highest quality of housing provision. Statement ends.
Thank you very much, James. So that's all the speakers. I just want to clarify a couple of points before we go on. So it's been referred to as KIP and CIP. So this is the Cambridge Investment Partnership, the applicant today for this item. BNG, that's biodiversity net gain. So that's about planting more trees and plants and things on the site. And the other thing was tenure blind. So that's about when you can't tell whether it's a council house or whether it's a private house or whatever. So they all mix together, and that seemed to be good practice. So if I could go back to you, Aaron, just to check through, especially some of the things that Katula said in her statement, so that we can be clear on that. I'm sure you've made notes, but it's just to do with the eastern access point, decreasing the size of the woodland playground. That's the yellow bit on the picture shown, and reconfiguring the playground. She also said that BNG was 10%, or not over 10%, I believe, if I heard that right. And covenants on the site to do with not unclimbable railings. So perhaps you could just clarify those things, please, Aaron?
Thank you, Chair. I think the first point to make to members is that the details shown outside of the red line, as presented by the public speaker, Kachuli, aren't for consideration today because the enhancement scheme to the recreation ground is not being consented as part of the approval. So we are focusing on everything within the red line. The details of any enhancement strategy to the recreation ground will be subject to further consultation, not only with the community but also with the city services team, to ensure any additional measures are acceptable to all relevant officers. So we are considering the additional access point to the east, but the details of everything beyond that will be secured separately to the details being presented today. Biodiversity net gain is correct. So on site, 8.13% increase in habitat units is being proposed. So therefore, off-site mitigation is also required to secure the target of 20%, which is being proposed. Could you repeat the question on the covenants, Councillor Smart? I missed that question.
So the speaker said that there were covenants that the railings should be unclimbable, I believe. That may not be within the red line, I believe.
Yeah, that's outside of the red line.
That was the end, unless you picked anything else up yourself from any of the speakers at all before we go on with debate.
No, nothing further from me. Thank you.
Actually, there's one further question I've got for you before we go on. So there's been mention of the objections over 100. In fact, in the report it says there are 137 representations, of which most of them were against, I guess, 3 were neutral and 1 in support. So can you just confirm, Aaron, what's important here, whether it's the number of objections or whether it's the content of those objections? So is it the content or the quantity that's important? I mean, you know, what they say.
Yeah, the detail of the content is the most important factor. Obviously, the representations are summarised in the report. Yes, 137 representations in total, but some of this might be repetitions. So it obviously registers the address points. So if a resident on Richmond Road made 2 representations, that would double count their comments. But yeah, so the content is the most important as summarised in the report.
Yeah, okay. So just to be clear, members, I'm not trying to draw attention away from the number of representations. It's a large number, but I am trying to draw your attention to the fact that it's the content of the representations that's the important thing, what they say, what is the issue. That's the important thing you need to consider in terms of making a decision today. So, debate. Councillor Bagent.
Chair, could the officer please point out on the illustrated drawing where the affordable homes are? And secondly, could they point out, is there an access to the park from Histon Road? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. A bit more before we go back. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I'd also like a bit more information from the officer on location. And I'd like it if he could show us where the single aspect apartments are. And I'll have some questions when he does that. I'd also like to ask some questions about the restrictive covenants. First of all, I'd like advice as to whether these do exist, whether there is a risk of forfeiture if they are breached, meaning forfeiture of the Histon Road recreation ground. And if that is the case, I think we've got to have some sort of action to manage that risk. I appreciate that's not a planning point, but, you know, we all have a duty as councillors generally, which doesn't stop because we're in planning. The other issues I want to raise, I'll wait until we've got the slides up and are actually looking at the single aspect homes, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So Toby wants to come straight back on that.
The issue of covenants and whether there's forfeiture is not a material planning consideration. It's not for members to consider that aspect in your role as a councillor on committee. You've got to consider planning considerations. So covenants, entirely separate matter that would have to be dealt with separately by the applicants if need be.
Did you want to come back at all, Councillor?
I am a bit concerned about that. When we were all elected, we made an oath, and if there is a risk of forfeiture of a council asset, I need to know that there's some action taking place to resolve that, whether it's in this committee or outside it. I appreciate it may not be a planning matter, but can we at least consider an informative?
Do you want to come back to me?
No is the straightforward answer. It would not be appropriate. In fact, I think by kind of trying to introduce a matter that is not a material planning consideration, you may well kind of put any permission at risk if it was members' recommendation to do so. So the strong advice is not to consider or debate covenants as part of this planning committee item.
And Richard, legal advisor, do you want to say something as well?
Yeah. Sorry, Chair, just to add to that, obviously it's for members to determine the application before them. It's then for the applicants to then have to realise that subject to the decision they get. So if they get the go-ahead to proceed, they have to make sure that they are getting the land and being able to comply with all of the legal aspects of it, restrictive covenants, things like that. If this is not on the application site, they obviously don't have, it's not within their gift to amend that. But what I would say is that the consultation would have been made with open spaces and those relevant departments of the council in a different function to how you're sitting. You're sitting today, whilst you are correct, you are councillors, you have to sort of separate that part of the process and sit in a kind of quasi-judicial capacity to determine the application. Obviously, you're also a councillor, but the council themselves have been consulted on this, and if they had concerns, or if they do have concerns subject to this, if this application goes through, then that's for that arm, as it were, of the council to address that. I hope that helps. Thanks.
I think that's pretty much bottomed that out. Okay, thank you very much. So, yeah, I've got that as well, Councillor Bajan. Okay, yeah. So can we go back to you now, then, Aaron, for some responses to those questions so far, please?
Yeah, so I'll start with Councillor Bajan's first couple of points. Location of affordable homes. So we've got 25 within the apartment block at the entrance along Histon Road. That consists of a mix of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom flats. 2 of those being M43 wheelchair accessible homes. And then we've got 3 bedroom townhouses within the site as well. And it's worth flicking to a slide to show the appearance of those. So as you've seen, the apartment block would all be affordable rent properties in there. And we have north of the access road, so the three townhouses, same quality, external appearance as the market properties, 3 bedroom homes for affordable. I believe they're Councillor Bajan's 2 points. Let's move on to single aspect. Councillor Bennett, so as I showed in my presentation, we've got six single aspect homes, all 1 bedroom properties. Got 2 on the first floor, which are east facing, 2 on the second floor, east facing, 1 on the first floor, west facing, 1 on the second floor, west facing. As I sort of in my presentation, as I said, this percentage is lower than we've had on previous Cambridge Investment Partnership schemes, 8.5% of the total number of homes, compared to we've had Aylesbury Close, which had 22 out of 70, so that was over 30% of the scheme, and Fanshawe Road included 15.5% of the total provision. So we are down to 8.5%, a lower percentage than previous Cambridge Investment Partnership schemes for single aspect. And also, as I said in my presentation, we've had the ministerial statement which made it clear we should not be pushing applicants beyond Part O through the planning process. The thermal comfort assessment has been submitted to demonstrate mitigation measures have been put in place and the units comply with the relevant legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Hang on a minute, Councillor Bennett. So, Councillor Bajan, you also asked, I believe, about access from Histon Road. Is that correct? So, yes. Did you cover? I don't think you covered that, did you, Aaron? Is there access from Histon Road as well as?
Apologies. Yes, there is an existing access. I don't know if it's shown on this plan, but effectively it comes off Histon Road through quite a narrow alleyway through into the recreation ground. But there isn't an existing access, obviously, to the application site as it exists, and that's why we are proposing a new access on the eastern boundary to give the new community access to the recreation ground, and also the existing community a new route through, as we should be promoting connectivity through the planning process. Thank you.
Yep, got it. Okay, so Councillor Bennett, you want to come back?
Thank you, Chair. My issues about the single aspect homes are not about the urban heat island aspect, but the social aspect. And what would really help me is if Aaron could show us where they are on the site plan. and which features they're adjacent to.
What are you getting at with that, Councillor Bennett? I don't understand.
It comes up a lot as a ward councillor, where we have single aspect homes. If they're near smoking areas, noisy areas, or areas where there are odour problems, or where, to be honest, we've got drug dealers, residents complain that they can't open the windows at all.
Well, hopefully not, but okay, so Aaron?
So we've got the 6 single aspect units, 4 of them fronting onto Histon Road. We've got a setback with green space to the front of the apartment block, and then 2 of them on the west facing elevation, which look over the we've got a small area of green space and towards the properties in this corner. So they'll have balconies on this elevation. Is that clear, Councillor Bennett?
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. I'll let Councillor Bennett comment now. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, that's really helpful. I'm just wondering if we could possibly have some planting or a flower bed immediately under the windows there, so that you don't have somebody standing outside directly below and smoking. Because I'm really sorry to say this, but I think that Pocket Park is going to be a natural smoking zone. And anything I think we can do to minimise it be appreciated. I'm not proposing no smoking signs because, in my opinion, they act as a sort of advertisement, good smoking position here. But I would like to see some planting so that people can't stand directly underneath the window, some balconies if that is physically possible.
Let's get that clarified straight away then, Aaron. Is there planting already, or can it be provided?
There is defensive planting is proposed within those spaces, but we'll have condition 14, which is recommended to secure the final landscaping strategy. So we can ensure the sufficient defensive planting is in place in those locations to prevent people smoking, etc., close to residential properties.
Okay, and I've got other councillors want to speak as well. But, go on then, Councillor Bajan, yeah.
I just want to make the point that we build affordable homes on the 40% rule.
Councillor, get a bit closer to your microphone because
Sorry.
you're at the back.
We build the affordable.
Put it towards you, look a bit, then you can speak into it easier.
We build the 40% or the affordable housing under the 40% rule. I can't help but comment that all the flats are affordable and 3 houses. That just seems unbalanced. And when we talk about tenure blind, well, the whole block of flats is affordable housing. Now, the affordable housing is of 3, 2 and 1 bedrooms. So there's going to be a lot of children in there, presumably. I'm generalising, but there are. And then we talk about the single aspect homes with windows that are opening onto Histon Road, which is not well known for being one of those roads that doesn't have a lot of traffic. I can't help comment about that. It's probably not a planning matter, but somewhere in there, there's some sort of moral foundation that's a little bit out of balance. And then when we talk about, and I will be talking at length, I guess, about access to the park, these children will have to go down Histon Road, which is, as I said, a busy road, and down to a little alleyway and into the park from the back. Whereas under one of the previous applications that was rescinded, we had a...
There's still an access in here.
No, the access is here.
That's gone.
That's gone, and
This
it's here.
one is-
No, it's here.
No, it's there. It's there.
Well,
Councillor, there's a renewed...
I'd like to check that again, then. I'm being confused. I'm being told I'm not right, but I think I am. But still, we'll come back to that. But I make the point about the affordable homes. It all sounds grand, 40% on the site, but not 40% of the space, 40% of the families.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And you're right, in the presentation, I think Aaron didn't really clearly show the new proposed access route with his red laser pointer, so it might be good to do that in a minute, Aaron. But the thing I was going to say, Councillor Bajan, was related to what you've just said. I was going to ask, in terms of what's been asked about already, and by the way, single aspect homes are a planning matter, just asked Aaron to clarify the parameters by which that has been arrived, or we can presume that's been arrived at by the applicant. So in terms of I presume we can talk about the waiting lists for council houses and who's waiting on the list and how many of those people are, want a single bedroom property, a 2-bedroom property, 3-bedroom, so whether they're flats or houses, that kind of thing. I'm presuming, I think I know from what people are told me already in the council that a lot of people on a waiting list want small houses, they've got small families or just that sort of thing, or mum and a child. So there is a big demand for small dwellings, and that might be a part of it. So if you could just clarify that, Aaron. And then the other thing, just to make clear, Aaron, is single aspect homes and where they can occur. And I'm presuming, again, from my knowledge of architecture, that single aspect homes often happen in blocks of flats because of the access corridor at the back. So you get a window at the front and a door from the access corridor at the back. And unless you're on the top floor like the previous application, where you can have skylights that vent, which isn't actually the thing for dual access, but it does help, you're going to have a single access dwelling, and that's what's happened here, I presume. But could you just clarify all of that, Aaron, and correct me if I'm wrong, please?
Yeah, so 2 points there. The first one being the affordable housing provision. Housing strategy team have worked closely with the applicants to ensure the local need is being met in the area, and appreciate there are a number of 1 and 2 bedroom affordable homes being proposed here. But as set out in the housing strategy officer's comment, the propensity of larger properties in the surrounding area ensures there is a good balance locally. So it's suggesting the addition of 1 and 2 bedrooms is appropriate here, as well as a 3-bedroom flat and houses also being proposed. So we're content with the mix in this instance. On the single aspect homes, I think it's worth me handing over to, we've got Anne-Marie de Boom on the call to sort of just talk through the design process we went through with the applicants. Even during the application process, we managed to design out a further single aspect property. So if Anne-Marie, are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Anne-Marie, just introduce yourself and give your job title, please.
I'm Anne-Marie de Boom. I'm Urban Design Officer who worked with Aaron and the applicants on this scheme.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as Aaron said, through the pre-app process, we have been looking at how to reduce the number of single aspect homes, which included considering, there's really only 2 ways to do that in a sort of flatted block. One was to make the flatted block smaller, so you've got less units coming off a core, so you can design out, like you were saying, 2 units coming off a central access corridor. And we've asked the applicant to test that and look at that, and their response was that would sort of make the scheme less affordable and ultimately result in the loss of units. The other option would be to create a more of a deck access style development, which again would probably result in the loss of units. The slight issue that we had with that is that to get good architectural articulation and attractive urban form, you probably want to put your deck access to the rear of the building, because it tends to result in quite a sort of linear, horizontal sort of urban form. But obviously, from a residential amenity point of view, the quality at the rear of the building, where you overlook the park and the trees, and you also got not the problem with Heston Road, it would be much better to have your deck access at the Heston Road side of the building. But I think that would really quite compromise the urban form of the building, how you make the transition, which is always quite hard, between the fine granular existing properties on Heston Road, building up to a slightly bigger building that then can turn that corner. So that combined with as I said, the likely loss in some units, if this would be a deck access unit, we've decided that sort of this does form, you know, an appropriate balance of architectural quality and a limited number of single aspect homes in the proportion of the whole development, obviously, but maybe also we should say in the proportion of the block itself, which is still below 25%, you know, the 6 units of 25.
Okay, thanks, Anne-Marie. Aaron, anything else?
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Use your microphone, Councillor, say it again.
Was Aaron going to point out the access to the park again?
Okay, so Aaron, can you do the access to the park, please, with your red laser pointer so that it can be clear for everyone?
Yeah.
Perhaps if you show where the access was going to be and where it got changed from and where it is now, that might be good. We know there's existing access from Histon Road anyway, but there's this new one that's being proposed.
Yes, so as originally submitted, Councillor Bajan, a central access point was proposed through the pocket park and through the segregated children's play space, and also a smaller, I'd say more discreet eastern access. However, through the consultation process, there was a significant number of objections based on the central access point. So, as always, through the planning, there's always room for compromise and adjustments to address concerns. So, we've introduced an enhanced eastern access point, which will be visible from Histon Road on the eastern boundary, and removed any central access point that would impact the children's play space. Thank you. I hope that's clear.
Thanks, Aaron. Councillor Bajan, is that clear? Thank you very much. Okay, right, let's go on with debate then. So, Councillor Lokomatova.
So I've got quite a few points to raise. I think I'm a bit conflicted about this application, and I think it's just for me to understand how we arrived at a point where we're saying we've got a brownfield site in a sustainable location. It's a small site, and we need to achieve the right density on this site. That's why we underprovide the open space that would have been required by the Cambridge policy, and it's stated in the report that there is an under provision. But at the same time, we are over providing the number of car parking spaces. And again, this is covered, I think it's point 1182 in the report, which says, taking into account how sustainable this location is, it's an over provision. So it just means that instead of providing green spaces within the development, we're giving those spaces to car parking spaces, which shouldn't have been needed in this location. So that's my first kind of conflict that I picked up from reading the report. And the second one, we're also saying we are under-providing the open space because it's adjacent to the Histon recreational ground, but the problem with the access to it hasn't been fully resolved. So if you live at the, which part, the far western part of the development, you need to go all the way through the development to get to the recreational ground. So I just see that it's not fully resolved, those two things, why we are, to achieve density, we are giving these spaces to the cars and not to the open space, and how the access to the recreational ground, I don't think is sufficient. And I understand all the points about the safeguarding and the opposition from the local residents. But in this case, if we can't have proper access within the development, there should have been sufficient open space within it. So that's the key points. I also would like to raise a few things about sustainability, and I don't know if Emma Davis is on the call. So we again, in terms of water scarcity, we again rely on fittings only approach, and those are market homes, and it's not a bulletproof approach. It means that anyone can replace their fittings to, it's just not something that I can rely on, and the scheme doesn't provide any rainwater or rainwater harvesting or grey water recycling. I know we can't mandate it, but it's just a lack of aspiration within this development. Also like to understand why air source heat pumps are not used for heating, why it's only hot water. So panel heaters are proposed as main means of heating the dwellings, and it's a very inefficient way, and it's also very expensive. So, and again, we've got the black cladding on some of the dwellings, and I guess it's down to architectural fashion. Is it the only way to provide an accent in the development? And finishing off with the point on overheating. So I know that there is a statement on overheating provided by the team, which is great. It's always useful to see what assumptions went into this modeling. So whether whoever did the modeling knows that you can't open the windows, because sometimes you can tweak the model and say you can open the windows for the whole night for like wide open, and it's not the case. So it just not taking it for granted that if there is a statement, it's all robust, unless you go and actually check if there is a common sense within what was assumed. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Right, okay, well, there's quite a few points there, so I'll go back to you, I think, Aaron, and get those covered off first before we go on.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Lochmatova's first point about the, well, we'll start with the car parking numbers. As set out in the officer's report, the maximum parking standards inside the control parking zone is 1 space per home. For the houses, 1 space per home is proposed, and therefore there wouldn't be planning policy reasons to refuse the application on those grounds. On over provision, as I've set out in my report, which is just an officer's consideration, given the location of the site, 1 space per home is a significant number. However, we need to bear in mind the impacts of not providing any car parking for the houses and the knock-on effect on the surrounding area, where there would be rogue parking, not only within the development site itself, but on surrounding streets as well. So 1 space per home has been considered acceptable in this instance, given the wording of the planning policy on 1 car parking space per home. For the it's worth saying they're within sort of integral garages for the properties on the south side of the street. Sorry, I thought I was sharing my screen. I'll share my screen. So on the south side of the street, the car parking is within integral garages for these properties, and then there's only sort of parking in front of the dwellings on the north side of the street. So it's less of an impact on the street scene. On the south side, there will be some parking on the street scene, but we feel a balance needs to be met. Officers feel a balance needs to be met with the amount of car parking, and we feel 1 space per home, given it meets the planning policy requirement, is acceptable in this instance. On water efficiency, we have got this has been reviewed by the Council Sustainability Officer Emma Davies, and the water efficiency measures are secured by condition. I believe I also tweaked the condition to require the details of the sanitary ware to be submitted. Obviously, we can't control future residents changing the sanitary ware, but at least at the point of the completion of the development, we'll have the condition providing the specifications of the sanitary ware that's installed at that time, which, although it's not complete control, at least the planning authority has a bit more control over the sanitary ware. On the black cladding material query, it's a fibre cement cladding which is proposed. As you can see on these plots, is for the majority of the elevation, but for the others, it's generally, I'd say, less than a third of the material. The majority is brickwork, and also on that point, so I'm just reading through my notes on that. Yeah, so as I've said, there's only three dwellings with a darker colour, and that final detail will be secured by condition as well. So we have tested, officers have reviewed the applicant's tested information on a grey cladding or a green cladding, but we feel that the black cladding in design terms is the preference. The dwellings for which the black cladding is proposed are mostly located on the south side of the street, so the front elevations of the dwellings are thus orientated north, and therefore less risk of overheating than if it was all of the cladding on a south elevation. And also we have got the mature trees along that boundary of the site, which gives some extra shading when the trees are in full leaf. So we are satisfied with the black cladding material in this instance. Don't believe Emma's on the call to come back on any of the other technical overheating sustainability matters.
There was a bit more actually you've missed, Darren, I think. So also Councillor Lokomatova asked about why the air source was only used for hot water, not heating, and also she referred to needing proper access to the to the park area. And if I could add an adjunct to that question and just ask, how far is it? What's the longest walk that you need to make from the new scheme to the play area? Approximately.
I believe it's around 250 metres, but I will double check that before confirming. On the air source heat pumps, so we've got gas-free development, which on sort of as set out in the report on carbon reduction, it meets the policy criteria by reducing. It would achieve 73% reduction of regulated carbon emissions against Part L of the building regs, which exceeds the requirement of the local plan 2018. So whilst we can give advice and push developers to go beyond the planning policy requirement, they are still exceeding it significantly. 44% on-site reduction is the policy requirement. The applicants are at 73% here through the use of air source heat pumps for the dwellings and exhaust air source heat pumps for the apartment units as well, and MVHR units too. So the sustainability credentials are accepted and policy compliant on this site. And on the access road to the, let's just measure up the distance. Sorry. It's less than 200 meters from the furthest dwelling to the new access point.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. So, I mean, members will have to make their own mind up about that distance, 200 metres, longest distance to the access point to the park that's proposed. And if I could speak directly to you, Councillor Lokomatova, you're the architect here. So black cladding, it's come up before. So in terms of what Aaron might want to say, I'm presuming, as was the case at a previous item recently, that the black cladding won't transfer heat through because it'll be insulated in between, but I'm not sure about that, so that needs confirming. But it looks to me like not all, but some of the black cladding is used not for fashion reasons, but because it's meant to allude to being a part of the roofscape. It's in that sort of upper floor and approximately the same colour as the roof material as well. So that's the way I read it, but you and possibly Councillor Thornborough might think differently, or others too. But you wanted to speak anyway, so back to you.
So just to close the item of heating, it's just going to be very expensive for future residents because it's a very inefficient way to use direct heating in buildings and not utilize air source heat pumps. And it's just, it's a bit disappointing that this is a proposal from the council, who's meant to be leading the way in how we service the buildings. I do appreciate it's not enough to refuse this application based on this. It's just a comment, really. And also something that I didn't raise in my first bunch of comments is clustering of the affordable homes in one unit. Strictly speaking, it's not policy compliant. I think it's raised in the report, and as Councillor Bajan already raised this point, it's not a good approach, and I kind of don't really understand why it hasn't been picked up early in the design process. That it's not a good way of doing things. So yeah, I just wanted to say that from a council-led development, I would have expected a better ambition than just slightly exceeding the planning policy. But that's it.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Good points. So just to be clear, this is not a council-led development, but the council is an equal partner with Hill, who are builders, 50-50, and they're called Cambridge Investment Partnership, and they're the applicant today on the table. So let's just go back to Aaron there, because it's a good point about heating. Aaron, can you say any more about that? I mean, it's a good point that Councillor Lokantova made about the heating. And also, if you just confirm what I said, whether I'm right or wrong about the heat transfer on the black cladding.
No, nothing more to add on the heating. Emma isn't on the call, but air source heat pumps. Like, it's a gas-free development. Air source heat pumps are proposed for the flats and the dwellings. The heating regime, I don't know the technical details of that, but unfortunately Emma isn't on the call. On the cladding.
Yeah, just before you go on to the cladding, so what, I don't think we're being clear, so or I'm not being clear, Councillor Lokantova is saying that the heating is not provided by air source heat pumps. Is that the case, and why is that?
I need to check the sustainability statement for that detail on how the heating is provided. But if Councillor Lokmatova has reviewed it and it is proposed not via the air source heat pumps, then that's a matter for councillors to consider. But as I've set out in the report, they have exceeded the policy requirements in terms of the carbon reduction percentage, and it's supported by the sustainability officer.
Okay, so just cover off the black cladding question I put, and I'm going to ask the applicant to come back to the table to bring clarity to that point. They should be able to do that. So how about the cladding, heat transfer?
Yes, as I mentioned, we've tested different options for the cladding, and it's generally common sense that black cladding will absorb more heat than a lighter colour cladding, and that's why the condition we've imposed or recommended to impose requires the colour to be confirmed through that condition discharge.
Okay, thanks. So just before we go on to debate then, can I ask one of the applicants to come back to the table and just answer a question, yes or no? Is the heating provided by air source heat pumps or not, yes or no? Please, I presume you know the answer. Do you need some time to do that? I mean, if I can come back to you later if you prefer. Looks like they're having a little bit of a discussion. Yes. So yes or no?
The houses are not heated by, the houses are heated by the air source heat pumps. The apartments are in part as well, but they are also supplemented, we think, by potentially some electrical panel heaters as well, through the specifics of the air source heat pump. But it's not a technical area I'm particularly au fait with, so that's what we're just gleaning from our reports, but that's the usual approach that we've adopted across all of the KIP schemes. So that's...
Right, that's enough. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Locomotiva, does that help with your question?
The development of this site, like all the heating demands should have been met by the air source heat pump. There shouldn't be any need for top-up electric, direct electric, but yeah, it's not the best practice approach.
Okay, well, you work in the industry, you've made your point, the applicant is here, they've heard what you said, we've all heard it, let's go forward. No, next. So Councillor Porry, you were next.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I just make my usual declaration, which I admitted to earlier, that I did sit on Housing Committee, and obviously some of these are council houses, but my discretion is unfettered, which I'm guessing might apply to Councillor Bennett as well, possibly. The Speaker, Ms Lloyd, was talking about this objection and whether the papers were available, but was she talking about the papers that are on page 169 here? The design review panel stuff. I just wanted to check that, and they have been available for 5 working days then, haven't they?
We'll get an officer to clarify.
Okay, I just wanted to clear that up so I was absolutely clear. So I share the concerns. I think Councillor Locomotiva summed it up very well, that this is just a bit disappointing. And I know the KIP representatives are here, and I know I've said this several times, but single aspect homes are not great. And with my housing hat on, I completely understand the financial issues, but I feel quite strongly we should be leading as a council. So I am disappointed. However, they do meet Part O, as I believe, of the building regs, and I think I'm correct, Erin, that they will have mechanical heat recovery, which will assist with that. But I'm just grateful if the officer could confirm it, because at least that, to me, provides some comfort, because on policy terms, we can't refuse necessarily. So my question, can I just check how the roads and the open space on site is going to be managed? Is that a private management company, or is they going to be adopted by Streets and Open Spaces and obviously the county? I personally, you know, the central access would have been better to the park, but I do understand residents' concern about that bisecting the actual play area. And I think probably for me, whilst I do have concerns about how far people have to walk, I'd rather it was the families with gardens who had to walk further. At least the access that is proposed is next to the apartments. So I suppose for me that helps a little bit. I think, like Councillor Bajan, I raised this, I think, at the pre-app meeting we had at some point. I do not like large blocks where all the affordable and single aspects are clumped together. I mean, at 25 or 15, you know, to me, this is creating a poor door. You know, we've had these issues, and I understand the financial constraints, but for me, it's not a planning matter that. You know, they're tenure blind, but the bottom line is all the council houses are pretty much in one block, although I do accept that the houses are genuinely mixed, which is a better thing. And, you know, there are no single aspects in the ones we're flogging, well, the one the KIP is flogging off for money. You know, and again, it's not necessarily a reason for refusal, but I would just like that to be noted. Because, you know, we should be moving into really tenure mixed. And, you know, the market homes have all got parking spaces. The apartments have no parking spaces. I'd be happy for them to have no parking spaces at all. And I do agree with Councillor Locomotiva's point that, you know, we could have had more green space on here. I do actually, the design of the apartments, I was worried they would be really horribly large. I actually quite like the wavy roof. I feel for me that does reduce the massing, and it does. I've been looking on Google Maps, you know, to look at the rest of the area. I am more comfortable with their look than some. I wonder why we couldn't have gone higher on some of the other houses, I have to say, but we have to look at what's on the table. Can I ask that condition 11 adds a specific reference on the travel plan to sustainable travel? So, you know, I think condition 11 is about having a travel plan for people, or travel information. And can I also ask whether we could have a condition or an informative about adding water butts, which just seems sensible because, you know, I know we can't not have potable water in houses as we can for offices, but we can use water butts. And finally, I am concerned about the biodiversity net gain only being 8.13 on site, because there's almost no biodiversity on the current site from what I can see. So, you know, we're starting on a pretty low bar. Could the officer comment, though, whether that is because the gardens, in effect, attract a very low value in the sense because they have to be treated as vegetative grass or something. Because to me, if you look at what's there now and look at what we've got, there seems to be more green space. But I'm guessing that may be a quirk of the BNG metric, that the gardens basically don't add much to it. So thank you, Chair.
Right, okay, thank you, Councillor, good point. So can I go back to you then, Aaron, please, for those points before we go on? And Aaron, perhaps if you, just before you start, so just if you could make it clear in two of the things that Councillor Pora referred to, if you could just make it clear what policy compliance is in terms of single aspect homes, because this one is 8.5 on the table today, and what policy compliance is with regard to clustering. That's when you put a certain tenure of house together into a collection of them, either in a block of flats or whatever.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Councillor Pora, for the questions. The first point about the design review panel report, which was referenced by the public speaker, Kachuli. So that document was published 5 working days ago and has been in the public domain. As I said, that review took place at pre-application stage and is carried out by an independent body with the intention of providing design advice to the local authority. So it doesn't require formal consultation, and it's not a validation requirement for the applicants to submit that document. It was just published to show the considerations that took place at pre-app stage. We do not need to consult on a consultative response. Take all of the points about pushing the applicant team beyond policy, but it needs to be made clear that we have to treat every applicant the same. So I appreciate it because it's the council's involvement. Members want to push them beyond policy, but that isn't reasonable, and it's not an acceptable approach. Is every applicant should be treated the same. So members need to just bear that in mind, please. MVHR, mechanical ventilation, heat recovery is proposed within the apartment blocks. So yes, that is included. The adoption arrangements are secured by condition 6. However, my understanding is that the internal streets would be managed by a private management company, whilst it would be preferable for the roads to be adopted by the city or the county. There's no planning policy for us to insist on that to take place. Condition 11, travel welcome pack. That is a standard condition required by requested by the County Council Transport Assessment Team, but I'm happy to add a reference to sustainable travel, as you've referred to, Councillor Pora. I think we can have an informative referencing water butts. The same approach was taken on Fanshawe Road, and that informative has been included just to draw the applicant's attention to the matter and hope that it will be investigated further through the detailed design process. Biodiversity net gain, we have Guy Belcher on the call. I think it's appropriate to bring Guy in if possible to respond to that question on the BNG.
Go for it. Yeah.
Certainly, thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm Guy Belcher, Biodiversity Officer for Cambridge City Council, sitting in city services, but giving advice to the Shared Planning Service on ecology matters in Cambridge. Councillor Pora's questions in relation to, yes, the site does have a relatively low biodiversity baseline as a brownfield site. You're correct in the assumption that vegetated private gardens within the BNG metric, they do score very low. Some gardens could be very, very good for wildlife, and it's possible to do wildlife gardening to such effect, but because we have no sort of long-standing ability to be able to enforce or retain that, that's up to private residents. They score very low, so the site will be probably greener, but yeah, that's not showing up. As far as the proposed 8% on-site, the BNG legislation sort of favours on-site over off-site. However, there's always that option for a developer to seek. If they do go off-site, then the closer to the development, the sort of less BNG that they have to provide. as I sit in city services and look at this application, I would say that it's probably favourable to focus the BNG on the larger existing sites, enhancing existing habitats, which then have long-term operational sort of maintenance by the local authority, as opposed to sort of squeezing small areas of green space within the development.
Thanks, Guy. Back to you, Aaron.
Apologies, on mute. I think I covered all of the points raised by Councillor Pora. I think it was just the question you raised, Councillor Smart, about the single aspect homes and what is policy compliant. So there's nothing within the adopted local plan that requires a certain percentage to be single aspect. So it's good practice to design out and sort of sustainability guidance where possible. So, as I've said, 6 out of 70 on balance is considered acceptable for this application. On the affordable housing clustering, in the housing strategy team's comments, it clearly sets out that 25 clustered within the apartment block, it does exceed the clustering guidance, which is 15. On a development of this size, there should be 15 affordable homes in a cluster. But for the reasons set out in their comments, the clustering has been considered acceptable. And the reasons set out, I'll just read an extract from their comments. Although the scheme exceeds our clustering policy, the management of these properties are with the City Council, who share the desire to maintain a sustainable community. The City Council's housing management team have been consulted at length regarding the scheme, and they are content the user experience from other schemes of similar size and tenure will help to maintain a sustainable, long-term, balanced community. And they've also made reference to the service charge levels, that if it was broken down into 2 smaller apartment blocks, for example, there would be higher service charges involved. So the single block of 25 units results in a more efficient management and maintenance obligation on the council, and is acceptable. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So clearly, members, it's about efficiency and so on, all those sorts of things that go into the calculation, but it's up to you members to make your decision on that. Councillor Baton.
Thank you, Chair. I
forgot I had Councillor Thornburg before you.
Oh, go on, please.
Yep.
Be nice to hear another one.
Thank you. Well, I think this application does achieve a lot and it's quite ambitious, but it does, I think, picking up on Councillor Lockmatova's points about parking versus open space. It seems that this long, thin site is fairly dominated by the provision for driving cars. So we've got the central road takes up a lot of space because it's to enable cars to get to on-plot sites for the cars, for each car, where you could have had 1 car per house, but done in the same way as Marmalade Lane, where it's collected at the front of the site, and the whole of this what is now a road could have been a living play street for emergency vehicles. That would have provided a huge amount of open space and a great place for children and families to be, a great sense of community. And then if the parking was also it's kind of a parking plot at the front where the busy road is, it might have meant that like Marmalade Lane, they've started sharing cars because there's a plot rather than on site. So they could have met the 1 car per dwelling, but in a different way, and created much more successful open space. I have the route through to the playground I find very problematic, because if you're going to have a single route through, it should be at the most inaccessible end, so it should have been at the far end rather than the end closest to where the actual existing access to the park is. And by having the access where it is, it means, again, you are making it detrimental to the affordable homes, because you're creating, as the route is visible from the main road, people who are not living in this space will be coming through. It could become a cut through for antisocial behaviour as well. So if there was not that route through into the garden, the space behind the flats would have been much more private. And as Councillor Bennett was saying, that by the public being able to get through that way, it's not a private space at the back, and it is prone to people smoking and finding a hidden space for antisocial behaviour. I think by providing that route into this, into the park, into the, there you create a conflict between light pollution and safety, because the routes into a park like that, well, I live near one, and you have to provide some lighting because of protection for people in winter and in the evening. You have to do the lighting, and then it becomes a conflict about light pollution and for the ecology there. I also think this route in that location, it doesn't make this site more safe, it makes it less safe. I think it will actually be less safe, and I think it will be perceived as being less safe, and that doesn't comply with policy 56. I think that the access, if there's finance to the cost of doing that, I think would be better spent improving the route along the road to make that road going round to access the existing entrance better, because Histon Road's already had quite a lot of improvements. It's already much nicer walking and cycling up and down Histon Road. So I think that we should recognise the existing access and enhance that. And if there is to be a single access into the park, it should be at the far end of the development. Thanks.
Councillor, or councillors, let's focus on the scheme on the table. Consider that. We're not here to redesign schemes on the table. And I'm not convinced by your argument, Councillor Thornborough, in terms of security and access and so on. I mean, I thought busy areas meant it was good for security, that lots of people around made things safer. But you seem to be saying that lots of people around make things less safe. I'm not sure about that, but that's a contrary argument. Members can decide which one they think is best. Councillor Bajan.
I'm going to try and get all my points in, because I realise this is dragging on quite a lot. I'm not quite clear where the car parking is for the flats. Perhaps I've missed something on the way through. Perhaps that could be pointed out. But I'm going to come back now to the moral dilemma associated with the affordable homes being 95% provided by a block of flats, and say that these are the flats that are not provided with the air source heat pumps and have got the expensive heating because they're going to have electric heaters and no air source heat pump. So I think, is that the way that we should be approaching these things?
I don't think you're stating correct facts here, Councillor.
I think that's what the officer said. There will be electric heating in the flats.
You say what you want to say, and then I'll get back and we'll chat.
Actually, let me do it then, Chair. Thank you. The residents of Canterbury Street and Close, Richmond Road, Wentworth Road and other associated roads have almost direct access to the park. And I understand why they rallied together to try and stop the members of this new development having the same sort of access. But I would like to question, how do the officers justify the removal of the central pedestrian access point? And there's two angles to this question, really. By not putting in the central access point, we leave two areas that still border onto the park, but they've got a fence along them. I don't think that fence will last very long. And then we're going to have all sorts of problems about vandalism and residents knocking that fence down to gain access to the park. So I think that should be thought about. I'm also concerned about the Deliveroo runners who, and I'm not trying to pick on Deliveroo because it'll be all those people that associated deliveries that will use that shortcut off of Histon Road to go right through the park and out the other side to Deliveroo to, of course, those areas, Canterbury Street, Close, Richmond Road, Wentworth Road and the associated areas, because we're going to provide a nice driveway through for them. So I'd like to test amongst our members here, putting on a condition on this,
that we open up a central access point to the park. I don't know if we're able to do that. I'd like to put a condition on to ask that. And then my last point is, I have a concern that the Section 106 money, which is another area entirely, which is going towards a secondary school, that it should go to a named secondary school, because the last time I was associated with money being allocated from a development to schooling, the county council decided to spend it somewhere else entirely in another part of the county. Now, that isn't the purpose of this. Now, we managed to stop that at that time, but I just would like to see the 106 money for a secondary school allocated to a named secondary school in Cambridge City. Thank you.
Right, thanks, councillor. So could I ask Aaron to respond to those points, and then I'll get the applicant to clarify whether the flats have air source pump heating or not, as Emma, the sustainability officer, isn't here. Aaron.
Thank you, Chair. So parking for the flats, we've got 2 wheelchair accessible bays for the M43 homes. Other than that, as set out in the report, the apartments are car free and have no allocated parking. I would advise against a condition for an access through the centre of the site. I think that'd be a material change to the scheme being determined at committee today. The application was reconsulted on the basis of that central link being removed. So I would advise against a condition designing a link in. We need to determine the scheme on the table and not redesign the scheme at this stage. Section 106, education contributions, council of agents. So the county council is the education provider and responsible for deciding where the money is best spent to mitigate the impact of the development. I take the comments on board and will, through the Section 106 negotiations, push to have a named secondary school for the money to be spent on, but it's the county council's responsibility to provide that detail, not for the city council. The points raised by Councillor Thornborough, I think, have all been debated and responded to either within the officer report or earlier in this meeting, sort of on the car parking arrangement and BNG details, etc. But if there's anything I've missed, please let me know and I can respond. Just on the location of the access, I think it's an appropriate position, and a good compromise has been met by providing an enhanced eastern access point. I take Councillor Thornborough's point that it is closer to the existing access from Histon Road, which is just out of this image on the screen, further along Histon Road to the south. But it is still an additional connection and enhances existing connectivity. So it's considered acceptable. Please let me know if I've missed any other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Aaron. I mean, I wanted to get the applicant just to respond to Councillor Bajent's inquiry. Councillor Thornborough, if you don't mind first. So can I have an applicant representative back at the table, please, just to clarify how the heating is provided in the flat block, please? Ideally a yes or no answer, but a bit more if you need to. So it's just about, are the flats provided with heating with air source heat pumps or not, yes or no, or a bit more if you want to speak a bit more. Use the microphone, by the way, yes. Yeah.
Thank you, James Pikett, representing the Cambridge Investment Partnership. The short answer is yes, heat pumps are used for all properties. The panel heating is required in some properties where there's a user demand for increase in temperature, and the panel heaters support the heat pumps, and the heat pumps, as we know, work on ambient temperature rather than immediate demand. So the panel heaters support the heat pumps. Is the answer.
That's good, thank you. I mean, I think heat pumps are a bit of a mystery to most of us. We don't really understand them. They're a bit like fridges in reverse, aren't they? But they heat up buildings. But that's useful, thank you. And Councillor Bajent, please don't, through the chair, please. If you use your microphone if you've got to say something.
Chair, can I have an actual answer? Are the air sourced heat pumps providing heating to the flats?
I thought that was what you said, but you say it again, will you, please?
Yes.
There we are, thank you. Councillor Lokomatova, I know it's getting late, but I mean, use the microphone and speak through the chair, please. So do you want to say something?
No, just to explain maybe to everyone. So air source heat pumps will be used to heat the flats, but they are not going to meet all the demand. So sometimes a top-up heating by direct electric heaters will need to be provided. Normally, it shouldn't be a case for dwellings. That's the approach that's normally taken where there are like high peaks in demand and office buildings, but that's what the applicant is proposing. So there will be times when direct electric heaters will be on and the tenants will pay for it. And I don't know how much, is it going to be a day a year or a month a year? It's difficult to know.
All right, thank you for that, Councillor Lokomatova. So we need to come to a conclusion on this soon. I know that Councillor Thornborough wants to say, thank you very much, by the way, applicant. Thornborough wants to say something as well. We'll tie this up. But just to say on that, so what members, please remember that we are here to make a quasi-judicial decision based on the officer report, all the recommendations in that, all of the information and evidence we've got, and expert advice. Now, Councillor Lokomatova is an architect. She's an expert in the field, but she's not our advisor, and neither is the applicant who has spoken. We don't have Emma, the sustainability officer, here at the table with us today. So I'm just going to go back to Aaron to see if he has any further comment on what has been said at the table, because with all due respect, Councillor Lokomatova, you are not our consultant. So, Aaron.
Nothing further to add, Chair. It's set out in the officer report the position on carbon reduction and sustainability, and is policy compliant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, members, you make your own decision on all that's been said. So, Councillor Thornborough.
So on car parking, there are the three flats, the southernmost houses round the back of the flats. Do each of those also have their own car parking spaces at the front? So basically, the route to those is an access route for cars. Yeah.
Aaron?
Correct, Councillor Thornborough. So there's, again, one space per home. These are all 3 two-bedroom properties that would be accessed by this access point off the Spine Road.
All right, so I think we're almost done. So just remember, councillors, this is a balance. We've been round this table, I remember, in the last decade, talking about car parking, lack of car parking, not enough car parking. Here we're talking about too much car parking. Time moves on, but this is the balance that's been struck by the applicant on this application. Councillor Porter.
Yes, similar to what the Chair said, I've been trying to weigh up what I give credit to. I mean, the single aspect's not great, but they do have mechanical heat. They are Part O compliant. The only concern I have at the moment is the BNG. But I just want to clarify with either the officer or Toby or Guy, is there a policy reason to refuse it because it's less than the 10% or because it's provided off-site? Is that, because I think our policy is worded quite vaguely that it should be on-site but could be off-site. So I'd just like to hit, because for me that's the only issue where I can see a policy conflict, but I'd just like some clarification on that. Thank you.
So just to be clear, it's 1.7% below policy compliance in terms of the on-site provision, but the provision in total is meant to be 20%. So in addition to Toby.
It's not a clear reason to refuse. You won't be surprised by that answer. In fact, the applicants are going beyond the statutory provision by committing to 20% BNG, so it's perfectly reasonable offer from the applicants.
And remember, members, it depends on the site, the context, all of that. Any more? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Apologies, but I have to make a late declaration of interest, which I missed earlier because I sit on strategy and resources. And although this didn't come to committee, there was an out-of-cycle decision on the site purchase in which I participated. So I just wanted to ensure that I had declared that. And apologies for not declaring it earlier. I go through the committee meetings, but clearly I need to keep a log of the out-of-cycle decisions as well, and I will do that in future.
All right, thanks for that, councillor. So are we all done, debate-wise? Yes? Right, are you sure, councillor Pageant? You look uncertain. You're all ready, are you? Okay, let's go to the vote then. So let's have the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 151 of the officer report. That is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out on the amendment sheet. And the informatives are set out within the officer report with delegated authority for officers to carry through minor amendments to those conditions and informatives prior to issuing planning permission. It's also subject to the prior completion of the section 106 with heads of terms, delegated authority to officers to negotiate, settle and complete such an agreement as referenced in the heads of terms within the report. It is subject to the revision to condition 11 to include reference to sustainable travel and an additional informative to encourage the applicants to install water butts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so the officer recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Seven, Chair, agree.
Against? Abstentions?
And one abstention.
Thank you very much. So the item is approved. Thank you very much to the speakers, councillors, officers. Sorry we've gone on a bit late today. Good, robust debate. Thank you very much. We'll come back at 2:35, please, after lunch for the next item. So we're now not online. Right, looks like we're pretty much ready to go now then. Kate's just gone out. Okay, well, hold on until she gets back. Right, presume everyone can hear me okay? Hands up if you can't hear me. No? Okay, good. So if you want to make us go live then, please, Clara. Thanks, Claire. So welcome back after we just had lunch break. So Planning Committee, item 7, Anstey Hall. Tom Graves, the case officer. Hello, Tom. Good afternoon. And we've got speakers John De Bruyne and Councillor Slatter. So, John, if you want to present the item then, please. Sorry, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me? Just checking at the back there.
Yep.
So the proposal is Anstey Hall for the construction of 2 blocks of retirement accommodation, which is C2, Class C2 use, comprising 87 2-bedroom apartments with associated hard and soft landscaping, bin storage, cycle and car parking, provision of new vehicle access onto Maris Lane, and reconfiguration of a wall with new entrance gates, new pedestrian access onto Old Mills Road. We have in support of this application today Christian Brady, who is also on the call, who will be able to answer any queries. He has raised an objection on the scheme, but he is there to answer any members' queries regarding heritage assets, including any impact on the conservation area and any impact upon the listed building. In terms of the amendment sheet, members are directed to page 2 and 3 of the amendment sheet, which just outlines minor amendments. To note, the applicant has provided a list of their suggested conditions and a summary of consultation responses. This can be found on the public access system under this reference number. And there are also minor amendments to one of the reasons for refusal. The site is located in Trumpington. I'll just change my cursor, Chair, to include the laser pointer while I'm here.
Thank you.
So the application site is outlined in red. This is Anstey Hall, where my cursor is now, and it has some gardens and parkland to the south of it. It is accessed via a few accesses, eastern access here. Also, there's an access here, which is outside the red line, but this is the area of outbuildings. And also, there's a western access as well that also serves Anstey Hall Barns, which are situated to the northwest. The application site is a Grade 2 star listed building with courteous of structures. In its grounds, it's situated in the conservation area. The area of green is a protected open space and designated under our local plan. It has protected trees. It's an area of high surface water flooding. It's adjacent to Greenbelt, to this green area to the northwest. It's also near a city wildlife site, and Trumpington Meadows is a residential development. It's situated to the west of the application site and also to the south. Waitrose Supermarket is situated to the east. Here is an aerial view, coming on the screen now. Anstey Hall is here, and then you can see clearly the area of its gardens and parkland. So officers consider, whilst there is development to the south and the west, one of the key considerations when designing Trimerton Meadows residential development was the way that the views of Anstey Hall and its gardens would be maximised from the south, and that's why this area of landscaping was put in, one of the principal reasons, to allow those views of the hall and gardens to be maximised, while also protecting the hall's setting and protecting and enhancing its setting. It's also considered that whilst there is urban development to the surrounding the application site on some of the sides, to the northwest, the rural qualities are still evident. It permeates through the application site, and it is of importance when considering this application that is on the, officers consider it's on the urban edge rather than within the urban area. Trumpeton Conservation Area Appraisal. This indicates what the significant views are. This symbol here means there's panoramic views that are available from the south. So when the conservation area appraisal was approved, these views were of importance for people as they looked to the application site that we're concerned about today. The application follows the refusal of a previous application that was brought to committee this time last year. The one on the left shows the 2 retirement blocks in situ, and the one on the right shows the current plan of the retirement blocks. You can see from this slide that the garden area has been narrowed, the view towards Anstey Hall has been narrowed by reorientating and moving the blocks closer together. The other changes are the new entrance to the north that is proposed. This is now vehicular access, whereas before it was proposed to be a pedestrian-only access. And in terms of it's still proposing the 87 units, but it's largely the same development. The only other change is in the description of development, and there's no mention of the change of use of Anstey Hall itself, whereas the previous proposal was proposing a change of use to guest accommodation and also community space. And also the orangery has been removed from this application, which was previously going to contain a dining space and a swimming pool. This slide shows the proposed elevations, which are the same as the previous application, showing a 3-storey mansard roof, consisting of a mansard roof with individual apartments and their own private community space, either through a ground floor terrace or a balcony. C is very similar in terms of its design. Is a typical section. And these are the ground floor plans. These are a zoomed in version because it's very difficult to tell if I zoom out. But you can see the sort of the general setup of each apartment, providing 2 bed spaces, a double bed and a single bed. The aim of these spaces is to be able to be adaptable depending on the occupier's needs, whether they need nursing provision in the future, they can be internally adapted. The first and second floors are very similar. And we also have some cycle and bin stores, which have been, which are now proposed within the garden areas. Officers consider that, although there's no objection in terms of design of these, the siting would further encroach into the protected open space, and therefore contribute to its the adverse impact. It's also considered they're not integrated into the development itself, and they wouldn't be convenient and accessible to all users. The bin and cycle stores also contain internally an area for mobility scooters, which is shown where my cursor is now. Each block would contain that provision. This is the view from the landscape area within Trumpington Meadows development, looking towards Anstey Hall in the distance. You can see Anstey Hall through the trees there. And then this is the view from closer from the fence line on the southern boundary of the application site. So there's a number of consultees that objected to the scheme. The Urban Design, Landscape, Conservation Officer, Historic England and Archaeology have all objected or required additional information. The main considerations are the principle of development. Although it meets a housing need, a specialist housing need, and would provide public access to the park, the loss of the public open space would not be compensated for, and the blocks would adversely impact the setting of the listed building and the conservation area. The siting of the blocks will also erode the open character of the site, while the coarser grain of architecture would fail to reflect the design of Anstey Hall, nor would it reflect Trumpington Meadows residential development to the south and west. The scale and massing would also be excessive. There we go. There's also insufficient archaeological information provided. It's in a very high archaeological potential. The area is, so the archaeological officer of the county has requested that information is provided up front on this application. So here is the planning balance. Although it would meet a specialist retirement housing need, it would generate some economic benefits through construction and through servicing. There would be some minor heritage benefits in terms of the funds generated would go towards the Anstey Hall itself. There would be a conversion of a private protected open space into publicly accessible land. There would be biodiversity net gain and a public art. However, there's a high level of less than substantial harm to heritage assets, which would not be outweighed by the public benefits. It would have an adverse impact on the open landscape, and the quantum of open space would not be satisfactorily replaced. It wouldn't provide accessible and convenient cycle parking and sufficient archaeological information, and there's also the drawings are insufficient and uncertainty regarding Anstey Hall's use, and the recommendation is to refuse. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Tom. So speakers, John, you're first. Do you want to come to the table and speak with the microphone, please? You.
very deaf, Mr. Chairman, I apologise.
All right, no worries.
I'm
Yeah.
very deaf, so if I put my fingers in my ears, it means I'm hearing better because it pushes the thing in. I'm not trying to not hear you.
All right.
I understand. My carer. Oh, sorry, okay. Bottom over.
So you need to turn the microphone on. Button should light up.
Does it work? Can you hear me? Yeah. Good, perfect.
So John, you get 3 minutes to speak.
I can't do it in 3 minutes. This is too important.
How long do you need, John?
6 or 7. I also need to answer questions because there's so much information is wrong. How much is it told is wrong?
It's not
I
a
need to
debate,
be-
John.
Yes,
Not
okay.
not a
Shall I
debate.
start and see how we go?
You have to give your speech and
Yeah.
we listen. And that's
Yes.
the end of it. There isn't
Can I not answer questions when it's all wrong?
There isn't a conversation afterwards, unless I ask you to say something, but
All right,
I probably
I'm always
won't.
here to say something.
So, John,
Right.
you can have, say, 4 or 5 minutes tops, all right? I don't think there's anyone speaking, no, it's
Right.
only you, so there's no one speaking against. So you have that, and then we'll have the councillor after that, all right?
Okay.
Councillor
John, the
Bajan.
applicant.
Sorry?
Is this the applicant?
Yes, well, John, you introduce yourself, but you're...
I'm the applicant.
Yeah.
John de Bruni. 5 reasons for refusal, which is down from 10 last time. And what Mr. Tom Gray calls minor technical matters have been huge things have resolved. Not least, Naomi Bennett last said, how are you going to deal with the noise from the air source heat pumps? I didn't know the answer. I met Emma Fletcher, who's amazing, who'd electrified Soham Prior, and we've put in a ground source heating system. And we've actually got a project to take heat from Waitrose, who throw it out on the roof. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. We've even got the tree lady on our side. We've even got Guy Belcher loving it, 23.3 BNG. Is that the right word? Right. Let's start from the last 3, which are risible, bike sheds. We designed the bike sheds to go inside the buildings. I showed it to my insurance agent. He said, absolutely no. He said the London Fire Brigade had 9 fires in 19 and 100 last year. Don't put them anywhere near. They're beautiful. They've got a funky front, which I saw in Hackney, aluminium squares, and they've got solar heating, so we can actually generate heat, electricity with the batteries. My residents can go into Cambridge on solar energy. So that's where they should be. Archaeology, this is really annoying, and Tom Gray knows the answer to this. We've had a geophysical survey, 60 pages, it showed nothing. Now, the archaeology department wanted us to do trial trenching before he was going to say whether we're going to recommend planning or not. We couldn't do it. I'm advised by Dr. Francis Pryor, who was at school with me. He's the posh voice on the time team. And he said, no, don't trial. It's only the 2.5%. It's terrible on Saxon fines. When you start building, we'll do it. And we'll combine it with the ground source heating. And you just condition it. Every archaeological survey in the world is conditioned. Okay. And then the plans. One of the things Tom Gray will remember from the previous application is I commissioned an amazing survey of all the buildings, laser survey. He can look at every plan. Okay, so reason 1, proposed development would fail to adequately replace protected open space. No figures, he gives us no figures. The open space is 350,000 square feet, which is about 8 acres. The retirement blocks are 15,000 and 18,000, 33,000 total. Which is less than 10%. Now, he knows that we have, if we could have it on the plan, the area that we've got is, we have some spare space in the Anstey Hall Barns, which we've kept, which is 31,600. So we could just designate that protected open space and replace the 10% that we've removed from the gardens. And that I've put in the proposed conditions, because Tom Gray was so arrogant that he was going to get this through, he didn't even bother to put the
I
conditions.
don't think it's necessary, John, to insult the case officer.
Well,
Please. Just
It's
stick
just
to
that we
the-
got the 44
just
page.
stick to the evidence, please, John.
Okay, we got the 44-page document last week. We had no time to reply. We assumed it was going to report it. Everything was going well. All the consultations were amazing. There were 3 who didn't report. But could I just quote some of the comments we've had? I'm happy to be supportive of this application, but be happy to work with the developer to achieve secured by design accreditation. The police, when interrogated using the Building for a Healthy Life system, the proposed development can seem to be as outstanding, being awarded 9 out of possible 12 greens. I fully support this concept. This is the handicap. It would help many disabled people, so I'd like my comments to be recorded in the Comments Application Office as councillors and the public to see in a matter of public record. He didn't send them. It's not considered the proposal will result in any significant overlooking, overbearing, loss of sight, noise impacts upon nearby neighbour amenities. The application site is located within a highly sustainable location where there's good cycle and public transport routes to the city centre and shops and services. Parking is acceptable. Proposed development is expected to generate less trips to the existing youth. The location of the application site in relation to supermarket services, including a doctor's surgery and bus routes to the city centre, proposed development would meet the requirements of Policy 47 of the local plan. Last one, the proposal of how enhancement can be achieved within the setting of a sensitive asset is successfully includes major enhancements and minimises harm as suggested in NPP outlined in Historic England. I've got a whole list of historic...
That's the end of your time, John. If you would just wrap up now with your last sentence or two, please.
Tom Gray's given you 5 reasons to refuse this application. I want to give you 150,000 reasons to approve it. That's the population of your constituents. And you went into local government on their behalf. You can today give them something, a community hub that's come from the town and not the gown. You can give them the fast-growing elderly of Cambridge a flat with generous proportions to downsize, to have nursery help when needed. You can free up big houses to unlock a chain. You can help Addenbrooke's Hospital with bed rocking. Look at the individuals, organisations and charities who have written to support this application. Funeral wakes, visit from Tommy Meadows Primary School.
John, it's a long sentence.
Yes, it's still coming. And I deal with my art collection, which we want to curate. I mean, I think I've been sending some of these things to the councillors because Tom Gray's not put anything up that we needed.
Thank you very
But
much.
there'll be lots of questions. I'm here to answer them.
If I need to ask you a question, I will.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. If you just turn your microphone off, please, just press the button in front of you. Press the button on the microphone, turn it off. That's it. Thank you very much. So, right, Councillor Slatter, you're next.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm a county councillor for Trumpington and a member of the Adults and Health Committee and Communities and Social Inclusion Committees of that authority, as well as a long-standing resident. I want to speak in general, in principle, support of this planning application for Anstey Hall, and in particular regarding the considerable community benefit that the right development could bring with it. I want to respond particularly to pages 25 to 27 of the report. Anstey Hall is no longer a large house set in a 19th century parkland surrounded by farmland. Trumpington is no longer a small village alongside the London Road, occupied by villagers who work in the agriculture or the service of households living locally or nearby Cambridge. Fortunately, Anstey Hall is no longer a building clumsily converted into 20th century wartime government offices, when it was hidden from Maris Lane behind unkempt trees and isolated from the rest of the village within the experimental growing plots and associated laboratories and greenhouses of the Plant Breeding Institute. Anstey Hall is now part of a much larger Trumpington. Thousands of new residents now live in new developments planned as part of the 2006 local plan. Residents can now walk along the streets of Trumpington Meadows on their way to school, to the shops, or to the park, and enjoy views of Anstey Hall that were never possible before. The question now is, what will be the future of this attractive building in the life of our village? Will it be a living part of our history, a legacy from the past which adapts and thrives as a part of our 21st century community? Will it be home to more new Cambridge residents who will be able to meet their neighbours in attractive shared spaces, make new connections in their retirement and contribute to village life? Or will the building survive as a local heritage asset? 1066, that is, in the paragraph, should I say, concerned only with keeping up appearances, perhaps tastefully converted into expensive flats which we can view through locked gates. The officer's report represents the blinkered approach to placemaking, which, in my opinion, puts far too much emphasis on keeping up appearances and not enough on the sensible combination of old and new that creates community networks and pride of place. Anstey Hall should be seen as an attractive local landmark, which is also a place the local residents identify with and use. The place where they can go to visit the mobile dentist, take part in an exercise class, join a book club, or learn to paint. It will be a far more beneficial use of our heritage if we can convert the old outbuildings for a repair cafe, tool library, bike and car maintenance micro-enterprises, and community minibus parking. This potential for community benefit and development was barely touched on in the officer's report. It was dismissed in 10.82 in a fairly disrespectful way. I also looked in vain for any serious assessment of the local need for this sort of housing. When I was city councillor for Trumpington at the turn of the century, there were a range of homes available to older people. Council-owned homes at Coronation Street and Whitlocks, housing association homes at Coronation Street, so at Dennis Wilson Court and Crossways Gardens, and several private residential homes in large converted housing such as Meadowcroft and Edwinstowe. Only Dennis Wilson Court remains to us. We have suffered a massive loss of older people's housing in Trumpington at a time when people are living longer and looking to move to smaller, more manageable homes near friends and family and local amenities. This is not a perfect application by any means. There will no doubt be valid criticisms in this committee of the design, but I would urge you not to dismiss the scheme as planning officers have done for years. It should be seriously considered and worked up for approval with planning conditions and S106 requirements attached that will create a good, new, community-minded use for an old house and garden. I'm afraid that if it is just refused again, it will be taken to appeal, and if successful, we will lose the opportunities for community benefit that sensible planning conditions could secure. I do not believe that the design of possible planning conditions should have been left to the applicant to circulate just before the meeting. In Trumpington, we don't need a carefully preserved memory of a former landowning class. We do need good homes for older people where they can make friends and be part of community life. What is the use of protected open space and facades which you can only look at over a fence? Would it not be better if we could be going there to get our hair done or our feet seen to in the new healthcare room, go to a new local group in the lovely old library or the ballroom, join the gardening club, or see how the young apprentice is getting on with repairing our bike in the community workshop? We are very fortunate in Trumpington to have this opportunity to develop an old, hospitable house and garden as part of the community infrastructure in a large, otherwise new housing development. I would hate to see it wasted.
Wow. Thanks very much. Welcome to stay or sit at the back if you wish.
I don't think I've got answers, but I hope to stay. Thank you very much.
There won't be any answers, I don't think, Councillor. No. So what happens is we have a debate. We don't normally go back to speakers for any further debate with the speakers. So members, firstly, let's say, let's go forward without the emotive language we've heard so far. Let's stick to the National Planning Authority framework, local plan and policies in terms of deciding this item. What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So some of us have visited the site last year when it was previously applied. The case officer suggested this application is similar to the last application, so some of that site visit may still be pertinent to today's application, but some of you won't have made that site visit. But by all means, ask questions to inform yourselves in terms of going forward with the debate. So, members. Councillor Power.
Thank you very much. I did sit on the previous one, and I have to say I'm disappointed with this, because I remember very clearly at the last meeting, I think generally committee was favourable to the principle of development, but I remember saying very clearly, please tie up the loose ends. So there's been no pre-application engagement on this, which is really disappointing, because that's where you would have these conversations with the officers. So my concerns at the moment do not rest with it being a retirement community. I think that's a very positive thing. I think the principal development, as the officer I think has said, is good. So we've got 14%, 12 of these are single aspect homes that do not meet Part O, so they cannot be built at the moment. So, and I don't understand how this has got to planning committee. And the officer is right to highlight that this should be a reason for refusal, because we can't, single aspect homes that overheat for elderly people is a huge risk, and this could be designed out very easily. We've also got an air source heat pump, which is great, that's brilliant, but, well, no, hold on, in the papers it's an air source heat pump. There was a late email suggesting perhaps a future ground source heat pump, but there's nothing in these papers that...
Councillor Power, through the chair, please.
Oh, but, yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at your picture rather than you, because I'm facing the screen. There's an air source heat pump is in the papers. We can't consider a ground source heat pump because it's not in these papers. And I would welcome one, but where's it going to go? We can't, this is a discussion I had last time. There's too many loose ends. And I find it very difficult when speakers or applicants promise things that aren't in the papers. So there are positives. The water use is lower, I think. We've got the restoration of the ha-ha and the pleasure gardens. The more trees are retained, and the new entrance is welcome, because I think last time we had a lot of concerns about there not being any info. But it's more, it encroaches much more on the green space now. And I do tend to agree about the design not being as attractive, but, you know, that's an opinion. But my concern as well, it relates to, obviously there are community things, I think the county councillor said that, but there's no securing that here. We have no guarantee of it. We have no guarantee of access to Anstey Hall. And actually, I am sure, as I understand the applicant, I presume either lives or obviously maintains a business on site, would be committed to that. But it could be sold tomorrow. And our duty as planning committee is to ensure that it's protected for the future. And I very much hope the applicant doesn't need to sell it. But if it does get sold and we haven't retained those legal protections. And the same with the open space. I think the speaker mentioned there is some open space that could be enhanced. But as I understand it, there's been no formal discussion in the legal agreement. So I find it frustrating, because I think last time we made very clear that we wanted these things sorted out. But with my MPPF planning hat on, I would struggle to dispute the officer's reasons for refusal. And I do agree with the chair that I think it's helpful not to name officers. I think officers are civil servants who don't have a right to reply. By all means, moan about the planning service and moan about the councillors, but individual officers make their balanced decision, and we may not agree with it, we don't always, but it's still a professional job they're doing. But those are my concerns. I say I don't object to this in principle. I just, with my planning hat on, what would we be approving today? Because it's all a bit vague and might change, and there's nothing tied down, even with conditions. Sorry, that's a bit of a speech, Chair, rather than any questions, but I just wanted to say that.
It's useful, Councillor, and you're absolutely right. If it's not in the papers and we can't be securing suggestions, we need to make a quasi-judicial decision based on the evidence we have in front of us in the papers, in the report, etc. Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, I was also at the last planning committee where this was refused, but generally the committee did make it clear that the principle of the application and the benefit as outlined by Councillor Slatter would be a very good thing to have. And I wonder whether, after a discussion, whether we might consider a deferral, because I think as Councillor Porras said, there hasn't been a pre-application engagement with the committee, and there is a process for the applicant to ask for that to happen and run through the scheme and get issues and options raised by the committee members that they can take on board or not. So it's a kind of viewed about that. I know, I think it's really supporting what Councillor Porras is saying, and I think it would be a way for some of these issues to be clarified and refined, so that we're in a position where maybe it would be a different recommendation. It would be a different scheme, possibly, but it would be a different recommendation. So I think I would like to ask for a deferral at some point.
If you don't mind, yes. If you don't mind, we'll have a bit more debate first before we get to that. To give people a... Sorry, John, you don't enter into the debate. John, you don't enter into the debate. Sorry. Yeah. I know it's unusual. It's not like a dinner party. It's a very formal occasion. We have to, have our debate and then we come to a decision. Thank you, John. So, where was I? Yeah. So, in terms of a deferral, let's come to that a little later. Give people a bit of a chance to have their say first. Okay. Thanks. So now, who was next? I forget. Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously I'm a ward councillor in Trumpington, and all the potential benefits of this development. Obviously I wasn't when this application was first discussed, and I would like to sum them up. Obviously opening up the space that is currently in private ownership is one of the key things. And for me, this notion of protecting the view that doesn't have any access, it's a really strange concept. We're protecting the view, but we kind of preventing people from accessing it. So if choosing between access and view, I would say we need to open it up to the public, and it would be a really beneficial thing for the Trumpington Meadows and entire Trumpington ward. Having Anstey Hall in community use would be another benefit. Having housing for aging population is the third key one. So sort of lots of good aspirations, and I would just echo what Councillor Porras said. It's very disappointing that we don't see those aspirations realized in the design, and it's almost like we shouldn't be discussing this application today in its current form. It should have been through the pre-app where things could have been resolved and just being realized in the robust design. So it's how those intentions are kind of shown in design, that's the disappointing bit. And I don't really want to waste this opportunity to bring this community benefits, but we need to see a really good design, and I would really support the position to defer it, because in this current state, it's going to be very, very difficult to justify it. So, yeah, that's my point.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Who's next? Yeah, Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate when the planning case officer is referred to in this way, because they're obviously exercising a professional judgment and being objective as possible. But it's not always about not just about the planning case officer, is it? I always look out for the key consultee comments, and it's very important, I think, in this case, that the very relevant consultee comments, the conservation officer, Historic England, the landscape officer, the urban design officer, are all raising significant objections, which you can read in front of you. So that's just, that is important to weigh those in the balance as much as the overall report that's presented by the case officer. So those concerns all remain, and I just want to point out that there's a holistic view to be taken, including all the consultee officer comments to be taken into account. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, councillor. So, yeah, okay, councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I won't keep you for long. Like Councillor Porritt, I sat on the earlier application. I consider to have strong support for the principle of the application, but I agree with the other councillors. The practical details are not sorted and legally secured. I do wonder if the applicant needs additional support to navigate the planning process, considering his disability, and perhaps having pre-application meetings using conversation books might be more productive. And I also think he could benefit from a development forum rather than coming straight back to committee. I'm not going to speak for long. I'm really sorry that I can't approve this as it stands, and I would support. I'd be interested in talking more about whether a deferral could actually be of benefit. Thank you.
Righto, I just want to make clear that, well, firstly, we're all trying to be very helpful, which is often the way this committee works. Good on you. But we have an applicant with an application on the table, and we need to respond to that. That's what we need to do today, make a decision. We're decision makers. So just on that, we've got the case officer's recommendation. We've also got various consultees who have responded against the application, and particularly the conservation officer, who, as well as the Historic England, by the way, who have talked about a high level of less than substantial harm, which is not common plain English, is it? But it would be useful, again, I think, if, through you, Tom, and after you've responded to comments that have been around the table first, that you could maybe ask Christian to give us a bit of a briefing again on this item, and also talk about what high level of substantial harm, less than substantial harm means. Because I know I've done it before with him, but I think it's always useful, especially for residents listening in, to understand what that means, because it doesn't sound like it is, please. So respond to the questions so far and comments. There's been one or two along the way.
I think there was a mixture of comments. I don't think there was any questions for myself, but I'm very prepared for councillors to ask any questions.
Well, hang on. So, public access. Can you talk about that?
You sure?
Because it's been mentioned that with the application, the site will have public access. And secondly, the thing I picked up is that the hall will have public use. And in 10.82 in the report, it says the hall already has public access. So I just wanted to have that clarified, please.
Of course, Chair. So in terms of the public access to the open space, it's proposed to convert the current open space. I should share a slide, that would be best. So the image on the right is the current proposal. In terms of public access, there is a new gate proposed to the south of the site from the Trumpington Meadows development.
Are you able to use the laser pointer?
Yeah, sure.
So that should be a red dot if everyone can see that.
There's a new gate there. And there's also a new gate there to the Waitrose car park. These are the two access points for pedestrians to the new public park as it's illustrated here. In terms of Anstey Hall itself, as I said at the beginning, there's no plans submitted with this application regarding its new use proposed. So it doesn't propose any mixed use like the last application. It doesn't show where the guest accommodation would be, where the community space would be. So we can't approve any plans relating to Anstey Hall itself for any change of use. It's not in the description of the development, so the description of development would have to be changed and reconsorted upon. So that's in terms of the use of Anstey Hall. That's it. So yeah, Christian can answer the question regarding the harm to the heritage assets, if you're able to. Christian, please.
Yes, certainly. And perhaps I'll touch, if I may, on one or two other features of the application related to Anstey Hall particularly. So to answer the question about levels of harm, potentially a proposal could have a positive impact on listed buildings or conservation areas. Equally, potentially, it could have a neutral impact. But if it has a harmful impact, the NPPF, the National Planning Framework, categorizes two possible categories of harm. So those are called less than substantial harm or substantial harm. Substantial harm is very extreme and effectively equates to the loss of the asset or near loss. Less than substantial harm, which is what we're suggesting is the case here, would split into, for instance, minor less than substantial harm, moderate less than substantial harm, or significant. And we're suggesting in this case that it's towards the more serious of those, to a high level of less than substantial harm. Part of the reasons for that are that the application, as the case officer has mentioned, doesn't deal with what happens to Anstey Hall. It leaves the flat-roofed plant breeding age building in the walled garden intact, and we don't know what use might or might not be made of that. Importantly, the red line of this application excludes the stable buildings and the smaller ancillary buildings to the northeast of Anstey Hall itself. So again, although the suggestion in the application is that some funds from the use of the development might benefit various suggested repairs, a lot of those repairs are actually in the stable block and ancillary areas outside the red line of this application. So, as has been said, effectively what is proposed here is the two blocks of accommodation. The rest is not securely linked at all to their development. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thanks, Christian. Right, more debate, councillors. Anything else? Oh, so we'll just hold on to the deferment idea as well. I just want to check you any more debate on it. Doesn't look like it. So I'll just say, I can't remember what I said last time it came, which is similar to this time, but I think something along the lines, it was quite blocky. I was concerned that the buildings, you know, when you have architecture that's meant to be concealed with plants, which is what's happening here, you know, plants growing up it always raises a suspicion about the quality of the architecture. And I'm very concerned about the damage to heritage assets, which is outlined both by the Conservation Officer, Historic England, and also the concerns of the other consultees, and the recommendation of reviews by the case officer. So, I mean, we can have the discussion or debate and vote about deferment, and I'll bring Toby in on that as well. But it seems to me we've got an application on the table, we've got a recommendation, and as far as I can see, the recommendation seems to be solid, and I'll go along with that. But Toby, do you want to speak about the deferment thing?
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I would kind of strongly disagree with the idea of the deferment is going to resolve the issues on this application. It's quite clearly a half-formed proposal. And whilst you hear some interesting concepts about how a proposal here might link with Anstey Hall, this is not the application to do it through. This type of proposal that you're seeing that is being talked about needs to come through a properly formed pre-application process that is funded, where you can get all the officers around the table and give some decent advice. That advice came out of committee last time. It hasn't been taken. Revised applications come in, and in some respects, you know, it's more deficient than the previous proposal. My view is the scheme is unacceptable. Members should judge it as such and vote for the officer recommendation. Officers do not have an unlimited amount of free time to spend negotiating on applications that haven't been properly thought out at the first point of application. So that's my firm view.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, debate. Councillor Pora.
Toby probably just said what I was going to say much more efficiently and better. But yeah, my view is the last time we had this discussion, I remember we all said in committee, come back, engage with us. This can come forward as a decent scheme. And I'm pretty sure we mentioned pre-app. And the applicant has chosen not to, which is absolutely their right. But my concern with deferral is we're basically then saying, well, have another free pre-app. You know, and we don't, you know, the officer's time is valuable. You know, and I concur with Toby on that. I think for me, I'm not sure what deferring would achieve because there's no commitment with deferral for the applicant to engage. My view would be it should be refused, and I would very much encourage the applicant to take heart from the fact we support the proposal in terms of its principle of development, but the need to engage with the officers early. For example, if you do pre-app, you can have a meeting with councillors where we can not take a view, but flag things up, and a lot of these things. So for me, if this came back, for example, with a clear agreement with Anstey Hall in the red line, show me the community use, show me where the BNG could be recited and guaranteeing that in perpetuity, so it doesn't matter who owns that hall, that might be possible. But I agree with Toby. I think deferring is not going to allow us to secure that, particularly as, unfortunately, the applicant hasn't felt able to engage with it after the last one either. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what Councillor Pora has said, but I would also like to raise whether if this comes to pre-app again, we need to do it slightly differently to accommodate the disability that the applicant has declared. Because it seems to me that the applicant is highly intelligent and very motivated, but yet the messages are not getting through. And I do wonder if, you know, the officers could be supported to use conversation books, perhaps, as an aid to supporting the applicant with his deafness. And that if that happens, third time might be the charm, and we could come back with something where the details of the application match up to the excellent principle. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. It's very useful comments. So no one else has got their hand up. So, Councillor Kometova, sorry.
Yeah, I feel like it's a shame that we're seeing this application in its current form, and I can't see how it can get through in this shape. There are very important bits that are just missing, are not clear enough. So for me, understanding how the existing building would be used and having a clear plan, how the change use of change of use would be implemented, also how the construction of the residential blocks would enable repairs and improvements to the building, because that would have given a greater weight to the benefits. And I think it was outlined in the officer's report, if we could understand how this funding can be channeled to maintain the building and improve it. That would have been, I think, a big plus. And I would have liked to see some coherent sustainability strategy in relation to the new blocks, because at the moment they're just blocks where it's accommodation for aging population, and lots of very specific design measures need to be applied. And it's where you need to be particularly careful with overheating, and that's what I think Councillor Pora has touched upon. So, yeah, it's if it's not a deferral, it's, yeah.
You've made your point, Councillor. I mean, I think the thing is, you're fairly new to this committee. Sometimes applications come forward in different guises, and it's up to the applicant to convince us, not for us to wring our hands and hope for a better application.
Very undercooked, yeah. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Thornbury, you suggested a deferment. Do you want to talk to that a bit more, and then we'll see if you've got a seconder?
So I think this application, I agree with Councillor Pora that it's not possible to go against the officer's recommendation, because this scheme hasn't overcome the problems of the last scheme. In fact, it's almost like it's so similar, and the last scheme wasn't approved, so why would this scheme be approved? But I think the thing that's I'm finding it's really sad that it's been so many months since the last one, and it's come back that there hasn't been a new, the vision, hold on to the vision, but come back with a different scheme. So I think that was one reason why I sort of mentioned a deferral, because there's aspects of the vision which I think the previous committee certainly agreed with, and that we wanted to see something coming through that would get officers' recommendations. So, but it sounds like that the deferral would not, if we didn't defer it last time, then I think now that we wouldn't get the benefit of deferral this time. I think having heard Toby Williams speak, I think that probably deferral is not the right thing. But I do wonder whether I think that the positive comments from the previous application are still, I think, coming forward this time. And I think the officers and the applicant should be clear about those who are speaking out positively and they're wanting a solution. But it really needs to be a solution that will test the time of, with climate change. It will absolutely ensure that the community benefits that Councillor Slatter was talking about can be engaged, and that the wonderful building that's there can be opened up to everyone. And I really think there is a scheme there that can be approved, but it's not this one. But it's just, how do we get to a place where it does, as Toby Williams says, it will require time and money and people working together to get there. But I think there is a place to get there, but it's not this one.
All right, thanks for that. So just in terms of, I see your hand, Councillor Bajan. Deferral. So Councillor Thornborough mentioned that, and I think one or two other people did as well. So I just want to give you the opportunity, if anyone wants to propose a deferral and get a seconder. Is there anyone around the table? No? Okay, so Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I can't help feeling that if the Conservation Officer is saying less than substantial harm, would it be not, could I ask the Conservation Officer?
But just to be clear, Councillor, he's saying high level of less than substantial harm. It's a technical term.
Is that the technical? Yeah. It's going to harm the environment. Could the Conservation Officer tell us what sort of thing would be acceptable on this site? I'd like to draw attention to the fact that, to my knowledge, the existing building is used as an event venue. It has a bar, it has a hotel usage. So it's not a public building per se, it's a hotel. I just want to know, would the conservation officer think that anything was acceptable on this site? That's my question, really.
Yeah, so it's an interesting question, councillor. I'm going to address your question to the case officer, and the case officer can decide what to do with it. Just to also say on this matter of deferment and so on, and applications and what's happening going forward. So we've already heard from Councillor Slatter, unusually so, in fact, because she's not the applicant, that this application will be appealed if it doesn't succeed today. But just to be clear, the application can be appealed and a new application put in at the same time, should the applicant so wish. So all those routes are open to the applicant. This doesn't need to be the end of it, and there can be a route forward. So on that question, is there any, Tom, is there any way of answering that question from Councillor Bajan? It's not a normal question, you know, what could go on the sites? Normally we don't really pursue that question. Normally we look at what's being put on the table in front of us.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a difficult question to answer. I think it's one that we would have to engage with the applicant about a pre-app. If the applicant would like to pursue the pre-application process that we encouraged them last time around, we would encourage them to do the same as been outlined before, and that's something to investigate during those meetings.
Right, thanks, Tom. So that's your answer, Councillor Bajan. Did you want to come back, or are you satisfied with that?
I'm just trying to help, Chair. I realise what the officer said, and I accept that answer, of course.
Right.
It's just that we've all got a bit romantic here. This is a development, a planning application to make money. There's no affordable housing there. It's a specialist use. Our conservation officer is saying, no, no, no. And I'm just confused by the way the committee's reacting. We should vote on this.
Well, we will, but you're speaking. I think let's go to the recommendation then. Toby, please.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 243 of the officer report. That is to refuse for the 5 reasons as set out, including the amendment to condition 5, which is set out on the amendment sheet.
So all those in favour of the recommendation to refuse?
So it's unanimous, Chair.
Okay, the item is refused. Thank you very much. Thanks to the speakers, applicant, councillors. Do you want a break now or just carry on? Little break first? Oh yeah, the next one's yeah, I forgot. So the next one is the same thing, so we're carrying straight on, won't we? So it's related to the previous one. So item 8, Anstey Hall, Tom, same speakers. So if you want to present the item, please, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is a listed building consent application at the same application site as the previous one, but it just regards the reconfiguration of the wall with new entrance gates. That's the only thing that needs listed building consent. This is the new entrance proposed on Maris Lane with new gates, with 2 new stone piers, new stone and brick piers. There's no objections from Historic England or the Conservation Officer regarding this element. There's no harm to the Curtilage listed wall, and therefore officers recommend it be approved. Just to point out, the applicant won't be able to implement this consent without obtaining a full planning application. So although they'll be able to have listed building consent, they will not be able to implement it without a new full application.
Does everyone understand that? Yeah, okay, right, speakers. So John, you've got 3 minutes to speak on item 8. Switch your microphone on, John, if you would, please. Thanks, everyone can hear then. Thank you.
I'd like to tell you something about what Historic England say about the setting of buildings. And local papers said I've been warring with them. I haven't. Since 1998 when I started.
But John, if I can interrupt, you're talking about the last application.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about this application.
This application.
I just want to say what the Historic England says. Local authorities should look for opportunities within the setting of historic assets to better reveal their significance. Improving public access to the historic asset is a public benefit. The potential for appreciating the asset's significance may increase if public access currently inaccessible land becomes available, introduced new views, including better frame views. Protection of the setting of historic assets need not prevent change. Indeed, it may be positive when the setting has been compromised by poor development. The vast majority of heritage assets are in private hands. Thus, sustaining heritage assets in the long term often requires an incentive for their active conservation. Putting heritage assets to a viable use is likely to lead to the investment in their maintenance necessary for their long-term conservation. It's important that any use is viable, not just for the owner, but also the future conservation of the asset. A series of failed ventures could result in a number of unnecessarily harmful changes. The last one. Harmful development may sometimes be justified in the interests of realising the optimum viable use for an asset, notwithstanding the loss of significance caused, and providing the harm is minimised. I wish we could teach Tom Gray that. Thank you. It won't happen if you approve the front entrance, because it won't be done on its own. I'm going to have to appeal this.
You've still got some time left, John. Is there anything
I'm done.
else? You're done. Okay. Turn your microphone off, will you, please? Thank you very much. Thanks. Right. So, application. Oh yeah, Councillor Slattery, do you wish to speak on this as well? You don't wish to speak. Okay. In that case, debate, members. Does everyone understand the situation? Because it's a separate application, but yeah. Councillor Pora.
So we've got the listed building consent. Why haven't we got the other part? Is that just because the applicant hasn't done it yet, or because presumably the logical thing was, were they to come back in future, they could include this in the next one? And secondly, could the officer just show me exactly where the gate is on the plan?
More questions for Tom before I go back? Okay. So I think, Tom, just be useful. I've asked twice already, but just make it absolutely crystal clear to everybody how this application relates to the last application and what happens with this application should it be approved. Thanks.
So the applicant is proposing a listed building consent only for the reconfiguration of the wall with new entrance gates. The last application that we considered it was the full application, which included also the new entrance here. But because that was refused, they would need a full application. If they chose to implement the listed building consent application for the new wall and gates, they would need a separate new full application in order to implement that consent.
And Councillor Pora's question about where it was exactly?
Yeah, sorry, that's marked on my red marker is there to the north along Maris Lane.
So, yeah, I'll come back to you, Councillor Pora. So, I think it's down to me to ask the stupid question. Why would we want to approve an application that can't be built?
Well, it's coming as a listed building consent application. We have to determine it on its own merits.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Pora?
Just to come back up, what's there at the moment? How is it different from what's there at the moment? That's what I'm slightly struggling with because we've only got pictures of the new thing. So it's basically replacing like for like, is it?
There's currently a wall that goes along Maris Lane. That is a small grass version and a wall, and then it's replacing that with a sort of a curved entrance with a new wall and gates.
Okay, so I think my stupid question sort of highlights the nature of the beast. So if there's any more debate, or we'll go straight to recommendation, Councillor Bagent.
Chair, presumably there's going to be a road on the other side of this gate, and if I'm reading it right from Google, this gate will go along a tree belt. Will any trees be displaced? And if there's going to be a metal road built on the inside, will it involve knocking down any trees that we would want to protect? I mean, I've got no problem with the gate, that's great, but what's it going to lead to? You can't, can the applicant just run a strip of concrete through the middle of that field, fill the trees?
Okay, any more questions for Tom? No? Okay, Tom, oh, sorry. Councillor, any more? Any more? Yeah, go.
This is more of a comment just for you, Chair, is that I think public speakers should remember that personal attacks on officers are likely to harm their case rather than to support their case. So please, public speakers, keep that in mind.
Well, yeah, I pulled the speaker up straight away when it happened, the main time, and I dispute your point of view. I differ. I don't think it will harm their case. I think the case will be equally considered regardless of how speakers approach us, because we are doing our job as councillors in this committee, and the decision will be the same regardless. But I take your point. Thank you very much. And
Thank
you're right
you
to
for
say it.
correcting me. I'm rather new to this committee, and I get your point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Tom, answers.
Yeah, in terms of Councillor Bajan's point about trees, this isn't a consideration for this application. The listed building consent application and considerations are purely to do with the impact upon the curtilage listed structure.
Any more debate? Sorry, looking at pictures. Okay, recommendation then, please, Toby.
Chair, it's on page 253 of the agenda pack, and the recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions as set out.
Right, all those in favour of the recommendation to approve? That's unanimous, Chair. Okay, thank you very much. Councillors, officers, speakers. Let's have a short break now, shall we, for 5 minutes? So come back at 5:02, please. Thank you very much. So we're now offline, I think. Yeah, we're offline. We crack on then, councillors. I think we're all back. So. let's get sorted. Peter's here, we're all ready. So should we sit down and go live? James, right, okay, no, hold on. I didn't thought about James. Okay, let's go live then, please, Claire. Welcome back after a short break. Planning Committee, item 9, Regent Street. Tom Gray is the case officer and no speakers. Peter is withdrawn. So, Tom, if you want to present the item, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is at 19 to 35 Regent Street. The proposal is the redevelopment of the site, including demolition, extensions, alterations, and provision of commercial use at ground floor, with student accommodation on the upper floors, along with associated infrastructure works. Here is the site location plan with the application site marked in red. So to the east is Parker's Piece, and we're along Regent Street that goes to the west of the application site, and then to the east also Regent Terrace here. So this is flipped round, so bear with me. So this is the application site here, now taking the correct northern orientation. So north is up here. Parker's Piece to the east, as I've said. The application site is directly opposite Downing College campus. It's within the primary shopping area, and the blue line indicates it's on a secondary shopping frontage. It's within an opportunity area. It's in the historic core conservation area. There is a building of local interest marked in orange, where my cursor is, that is within the application site, and it's in a setting of several Grade 2 listed buildings. In terms of heritage, on this call, I have Paul Robert Shaw, who is the City Council Conservation Officer, if members have any queries relating to heritage assets. Here's a Google Earth Street View image showing the application site. So it's this building from the corner here, where there's currently a bar on the ground floor here, and it goes all the way along to this edge here. So the proposal is to demolish a number of buildings on the site. Marked in the light blue here are the buildings, the facades to be retained. These are either positive buildings within the conservation area or are a building of local interest. Also, the gable feature on the northern most building here would be relocated within the application site. So this is the proposed elevation along Regent Terrace, so where you would view from Parker's Piece. So the development would retain the historic features and improve the visual appearance, especially along this facade. So it would retain features of high architectural value or historic features such as the gable feature here or the building of local interest over here. Also included in this is the extended area of frontage here on the ground floor that would enhance that building, so reinstating that partially missing shop frontage. On the ground floor also there is bin storage, access through these doors here, and also cycle storage as well within the ground floor of the building. Here is the proposed elevation along Regent Street. Again, it would reinstate some of the partially missing shop frontage, and would also consist of a slate mansard roof, traditional dormers, chimneys, and provide a variety of step forms that are characteristic of this part of Regent Street. And the scale is consistent with that approach along Regent Street, and would gradually step down towards the entrance to Parker's Piece and then the hotel further to the north. Here's the gable end proposed elevation, so looking from the north. In terms of the floor plans, so they would comprise an extension of the basement to facilitate grey water harvesting and a water tank. Included within that basement would be storage areas for the retail use. The ground floor plan shows extensions to the building, making use of this brownfield site, extending to the paved area or the street level along Regent Terrace here, making maximum use of that site. On the ground floor, the proposal is Class E use, which would either be retail or restaurant use, and this use will be conditioned on any planning consent granted today. The lift and stairs would access from Regent Street would provide students with access to the upper floors, and then there is also a stairs here to access the basement, this area here, and this area here is the integrated refuse storage area, which would be vast improvement to what they have there already. In terms of cycle storage, this is the area of cycle storage here, which would provide enough cycle spaces for students, visitors, and employees of the ground floor use. This is access from Regent Terrace here. Although there is a stairs here, it would be a ramped access either side, providing easy access for people from Regent Terrace to access and store their bikes. Here's the proposed, existing and proposed first floor. So the top one is existing and this one is proposed. This is the first floor plan showing the ensuite student accommodation, showing 9 units on the first floor with an area of dining and kitchen space over here marked in blue, purple. The proposal will provide good and sufficient amount of student accommodation, with each providing a study, bedroom, single bed space for students. And the proposal is also situated across from Downing College campus, so students be able to access that campus very easily just across the Regent Street. This is proposed, existing and proposed second floor plan, showing a similar arrangement, showing the 9 units. And then on the third floor, showing 8 units of accommodation, student accommodation, with dining and kitchen space here. This is the proposed, existing proposed roof plan, showing the proposed roof plan showing where the plant would sit. So in terms of the plant, they're proposing an air source heat pumps as well as solar PVs on that roof. These are proposed sections, just a selection of sections. So these are 2. This one's showing where the cycle storage would be located, with this stairs here, and each side of that stairs, as indicated before, would be a ramp for students and employees to ramp their cycle up and store that. Here's some visualizations. This is one from the north, and this is the proposed visualizations, and you can see that the mansard roof, showing the step back roof form and dormers included. It shows that it is consistent with the scale of the street and would provide a high quality design. These are current photos. I'm sure that members will be familiar with this area of the city, but this is just showing that the current arrangement, showing the gable roof, the gable form here at the front, and certain sections of that would be demolished, but it is considered that the proposed or does provide an enhancement to the conservation area and the building of local interest. This is the proposed visualization from Parker's Piece, again showing the step down towards the hotel here. This is the current situation when viewed from Parker's Piece. This is from the south, so looking along Regent Street to the north. And this is currently the existing situation. And then this is the gable end of the proposal. So the planning balance officers consider, in terms of key material considerations, the proposal would provide additional student accommodation. It would enhance the building of local interest, and in particular Parker's Terrace elevation. It would provide on-site cycle parking, a biodiversity net gain, and would reuse previously developed land. In terms of refusal, and in terms of key material considerations against, There is a moderate loss of historic fabric involved, and there is a modest loss of market housing, which pulls at threads of that policy. However, it's only 4 one-bedroom, 4 one-bed spaces, and the proposal therefore would only represent a modest loss of that market housing. In terms of its approval, obviously the proposal would provide a lot more student accommodation, 26 units in total. So the recommendation is to approve. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tom. Debate? Councillor Porter.
Thank you very much, Tom. Just a couple of questions. I think one of the consultees mentioned recreational space. I'm assuming, I think I'm correct that it is still compliant in terms of the socialisation areas. I noticed the bins are sort of downstairs and round the corner. I don't particularly have a problem with that. I just wondered if we could add a management condition, because I'm assuming as it's student halls, there's going to be a kind of a resident warden or something, just to make sure that they are made use of properly and obviously kept secure and stuff, because there is a lot, well, that can be an area for people loitering at night and things, so we probably want to make sure that's controlled. 10.19, I think your condition says that these can no longer be rented out in the summer holidays. I think it's something Councillor Thornborough has mentioned several times, that because it is restricted to Downing College students all year round, but I'd just like to clarify that, because for some previous ones we've had the issue where it's only like the 8-week terms and the rest of the time they've been kind of rented out for private benefit, and then obviously that brings up issues around council tax and things like that. And the only other thing, as I'm obviously ward councillor, we've had a couple of other applications in that area where after the application we've then had a request to use Parker's Piece space for the you know, I've forgotten the word, cabins and things that need to be done. I just wonder if we could make clear that, you know, that isn't within the red line, and certainly to note for the applicant that previous applications to do that, apart from the University Arms, which is obviously slightly different, have been refused. Because there's certainly one that came in recently where they asked to put a lot of stuff on the root protection areas of trees, which was rejected by the Open Spaces team and by ward councillors. So just to note that, because it is a very constrained space, so I would hope that their construction management plan will accommodate where they're going to keep things. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to support what Councillor Porter has said, and said that I'm aware that the back of the flats does occasionally need to be used for emergency vehicles. And I hope that whatever the bin design, that would not inhibit that, because obviously the faster the better.
Thanks, Councillor Thornborough.
Is there a concern about overheating, particularly the ground floor where there's a lot of glazing? I thought on one of the photographs it looked like there was some external blinds, and I just wondered how that was going to be dealt with.
You mean the south-facing facade, do you?
Yeah, on the south face. It was the penultimate image you had up. Almost the last one.
Okay, I'll just have a couple of questions in as well.
Photograph of the existing street. No, not that one. It was the. There. Does that show?
Maybe look on Google Earth, have a check. Tom, so relocated gable, couldn't quite work out where it was originally, but it's obviously a relocated gable as opposed to a new one, because it says that. Green, is that just a commas down, or is it actually going to be painted green, or is that just a random colour they've used for the drawing? I called it a brownfield site, which I found quite surprising. I don't quite understand that, brownfield site. When you described the access, you said that in the first bit of the access description, you said that the stairs and lift were accessed by students from Regent Street. Did you mean Regent Terrace? I mean, you can go from both sides, but I presume it looked like it was going to be on Regent Terrace because that was where it was on that side. That one more thing is our policy, I think, encourages student accommodation provision, and we have also talked before in this committee about the provision of student accommodation helping with the lack of availability of other dwelling type accommodation in the city. There is a MPPF thing on that, I think, but I've argued before that it's not a one-to-one in this city. It doesn't work that way, but 26 for 4 is a pretty good deal, I would have said, so I'm happy with that. Any more? Okay, back to you then, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So picking up Councillor Pora's points, so the recreational space, although the internal technical residential space standards do not need to be complied with for student accommodation, there is a requirement in the policy to provide sufficient space for students. It is considered in this case that there would be sufficient space for students, bearing in mind also that it is located directly opposite Downing College campus, which has its own recreational space and dining facilities. In terms of the management, there is a recommendation as part of the Section 106 obligation to require a student management plan how it's going to be wardened and controlled. That would be part of the Section 106. Refuse provision, that is, at the moment there isn't any integrated refuse provision. So this is a vast improvement on that situation, which is will obviously be most likely be access controlled or something like that. So refuse collectors can access those areas. In terms of traffic management plan and the sort of construction phase, I'm happy to put an informative to encourage to just make it clear that Parker's Piece advised that Parker's Piece not used for the construction phase. There is a condition, as I say, that recommends a traffic management plan. So whatever they propose in terms of the parking arrangement or where they put the materials, that will be covered within that discharge and conditions application. I think that was all the holidays. Oh yeah, thank you. So again, that would be covered in the Section 106. So in terms of what the use of that would be, so it would be for student accommodation, it'd be something to work on during that Section 106. But I think we would base it on similar applications for student accommodation to make sure that it is appropriate, that it is it does mean it is for students, whether it's for Downing College or another college if needed. But we would sort of cover that off at that stage. Councillor Bennett, I think you had a similar point in terms of the management. I think it's been covered. Councillor Thornborough, I'm not sure from this image what the provision in terms of existing overheating is. I think there's obviously some sort of obscured film here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the existing situation is.
I'm more interested in what's proposed.
Okay. So yeah. So the proposal. To get a elevation. So yeah, in terms of the glazing along here. Obviously, it's up to it's for retail or restaurant use. on that ground floor. I mean, it has been subject to consultation with our sustainability officer, who's raised no objections in terms of overheating concerns. The developer could put in internal blinds along there. I think we need to be careful about, because obviously the existing situation is there's quite a lot of glazing anyway, and it is a building. There are some. It is quite a sensitive area in terms of historic fabric, and the shop fronts are all fairly extensive along there. So we want to make sure we preserve that.
So yes, there seems to be...
Councillor, let Tom finish and we'll come back.
Councillor Smart, the relocated gable. So this might be the best. This one is the gable there. Yeah, so it'd be shifted along to towards the end there. Yeah, so student access. Yeah, so from the ground floor, so yeah, I apologise if I mentioned Regent Street. It's from Regent Terrace that students would access the upper floors. So they come in this door here and either use the lift or go up the stairs. The visualisations, yeah, that colour green isn't what's necessarily proposed. The details in terms of materials will be covered by condition. It's just showing the different elements of the scheme. In terms of the brownfield site, it has been previously developed lands. It's not a greenfield site. It's currently within a bar use on the ground floor and upper floors have flats, residential flats. So I consider it to be previously developed. I think that was everything.
All right, yeah, so Councillor Roberts come back. Yeah.
I know you've got a joinery detail condition, but it's just that it would be really good if those high-level windows, maybe they could be opening lights to get cross ventilation. It's just that if it's going to be fully air conditioned, I think we should know because of the plant involved with that. Because that's quite a lot of. If it's plant, we should know. I don't think they're proposing any plant, are they?
Is it air conditioned or not, Tom? Do you know? I presume not, but...
I'm not sure at this stage. It's the floor plan's been provided for the restaurant retail use, but it's shell only, so it's up to whoever the occupier is to provide additional sort of bathroom space or whatever they need on that floor. If that is needed, if air conditioning is needed, then they could put it in, subject to the relevant planning application if needed.
All right, so Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to come back, 10.19 does make clear that it would only be students. I would just like to add, when the S106 is drafted, can that be made really clear? Because I'm voting for this on the grounds that it will be restricted to students, and I don't really want the S106. And we have used a condition. I think we used it at the one up Mill Road, the one next to the new mosque, where we restricted it to student use, but I would like that, because I know some of the previous ones have used a condition that personally I wasn't particularly comfortable with. The other thing is, can we also just include the bins as part of the management plan, which I think you said was the S106? Because my concern is, with the best in the world, and when I was a student, I'm not sure I'd have been that fussed, but if there's an open door in that area at night, it will become a magnet for antisocial behaviour. So because the college are running it anyway, I just would like officers to know, if that's possible, that when the S106 has that kind of management plan for the site, it includes management of those bins. I don't know whether they're going to have cleaning staff who go in and do the student rooms, because I think otherwise we're going to have some problems with those doors being left open and then potentially bins coming out and blocking what is a public road. Thank you.
All right. I don't think there was a question there, was there? Was there?
Just whether officers are happy to make sure
Yeah,
the
yeah,
bins
yeah.
and the
Yeah.
S106 reflects 10.19.
Tom?
Yeah, I consider that as part of the 106, that's no problem.
Okay, so I made a note on the S106 because we've had that discussion before in committee about using student accommodation for non-student uses, and we were all very perturbed about that. So, I mean, applicants need to make the argument if they want to use it for anything other than students, so that we're clear about what we're approving. Yeah, so Councillor Thornborough?
Just on the air conditioning, I just think air conditioning will be required. And I don't know, can we just make it sure that they need to, it's a shame that it's not being covered as part of the application. And if it's a kitchen with extract fans, etc., on all of those things, they need to be informed that they have to come back and get the relevant consents.
Can we do that, Tom? Is that possible?
I'm sure the agent will be aware that the relevant consents that are required for air conditioning units. We can possibly put an informative on any planning permission granted.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, Councillor, because it all looks very attractive at the moment, but that could be somewhat spoilt if we stick air conditioning units all over it. Let's hope not. So, I mean, I think it's a very sensitive site, this position on the street, with some new build around it that has fitted in very well, I think, especially the sustainability centre just next to the hotel. And I think this is a very sensitive intervention. I think the applicant is to be commended to bring this forward. So, good stuff, really. We've got various examples through Cambridge of these sort of textural facades with lots of different buildings that give a very attractive look to the street, I think. And I think this change not only, gives us more student accommodation and accommodation generally, but will add to the street. I think it's a positive addition because I know that corner with the, whatever it is at the moment, it was a pizza restaurant, wasn't it, for something else, with the sort of glazing around the other side as well, looking over Parker's Piece will be very good asset for residents. And also, I mean, it'd be fantastic accommodation for students as well, to have a window on the street or Parker's Piece. So that's all nice as well. I think we're done, aren't we? Yeah, okay, right. Recommendation then, please, Toby?
That's on page 277 of the officer packet, is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to them as drafted delegated to officers. It's also subject to the satisfactory completion of the 106 agreement, which includes the heads of terms as set out in the report, with minor amendments to those heads of terms as set out delegated to officers. It includes an additional informative advising against construction access on Regent Terrace and an additional informative raising the future issue of potential consent for air conditioning units and their consideration. That's it, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that, Toby. So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? Yeah. We're all seven. It's seven.
Yeah, it's 7, but I thought there should have been.
Councillor Akamatova's gone. So unanimous. Yeah. So unanimous. Yeah. Thank you very much. So the item is approved. Good.
There's 9 of us.
No, well, they've all slipped away. So are we okay to carry on with the next one? Yeah. Break.
Apologies, Chair, but I need to leave.
Yeah. Fine. Okay. Yep. Everyone else okay to carry on? Yep. Okay. So last item of the day. Item 10, land south of Warts Causeway.
It's David who's left, that's who was missing. Where did Dave live?
So we've got, I'm not sure if we've got a speaker or not, because Paul Belton's here, but I thought they weren't speaking, but we'll find, yeah, Councillor Thornborough.
Just for information, why was that last scheme brought to committee? That's all.
There was a third-party objection, one objection.
We're not quite there yet with the PAS recommendations. So, right, so item 10, is everyone okay to carry on? No one wants a break, officers included, we're all okay? Good, okay. Right, so land south of Warts Causeway. Aaron, are you online? Where is he? There he is.
Good afternoon.
Aaron, do you want to present the item then, please?
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. I'll just check everyone can see my screen okay and hear me clearly.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. So this application seeks planning permission for the variation of condition 3, the building heights parameter plan, and condition 16, the BREEAM condition of the original outline planning consent granted for the Newbury Farm development. The outline consent was granted in May 2021 for up to 230 residential units and 400 square metres of non-residential floor space. This slide shows the application site location plan. The site lies between Baben Road and Warts Causeway. At the northern end is a public footpath with mature hedgerows abutting the Warts Causeway. The site itself slopes gently from north to south, and a gas main runs diagonally through the southern half of the site. To the west of the site is existing residential development, and the application site was previously an agricultural field. This slide shows the GB2 site allocation, which is identified for residential development under Policy 27 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. And then GB1 is located to the north of Warts Causeway, which is also an allocated strategic site for 200 dwellings, which recently received reserve matters approval. So the site in question today is GB2, shown on this allocation. This slide also shows the approved phasing plan, and I'll just give an update of the recent and previous applications on this site. So to the east of the site is phase 2, which is the approved residential development through reserve matters consent for 80 residential units. In yellow and orange is the infrastructure application, which again has been approved at reserve matters stage, and works underway on site. And then in pink to the west, we have the GB2 phase 3 residential development application for 150 residential units, which would be the total of the outline consent for 230 with phase 2 and 3 combined. That is a live application and pending consideration at the moment. So this application, as I've mentioned, seeks to vary the building heights parameter plan and update and clarify the details on the key of this building heights parameter plan. And the second amendment is an amendment to condition 16, which is the BREEAM condition. So the applicants themselves are responsible for delivering the community and commercial facilities on the ground floor to a shell only stage, and the future tenants of the facilities are unknown, and therefore the proposal seeks to achieve BREEAM very good pre-assessment design stage rather than excellent as previously approved through the outline consent. And I'll get into the details of what that involves later in the presentation. But firstly, focusing on the building heights parameter plan changes. The approved building height parameter plan defines the maximum building heights across the application site. The majority of the site was approved to be subject of building heights up to 10.2 metres, with specific reference being made to the number of stories. So for a 10.2 metre dwelling, 2 stories was referenced on the building height parameter plan. And then the central area allows up to 13 metres high buildings at 3 stories, and then a focus zone right in the centre for the community and commercial facilities up to 14 metres, but also restricted to 3 stories in height. So this application seeks to remove the dual reference to both building heights and number of stories, and instead the revised parameter plan refers only to building heights in terms of metres. The submitted design and access statement, which accompanied the outline submission, showed the opportunity for additional floor space to be created in the roof space of the buildings, and thus allowing more than 2 stories of accommodation to be provided, albeit in a building form that was still limited to a 10.2 metre maximum ridge height. So as I've mentioned, this Section 73 submission has been subject to extensive pre-application discussions to ensure a design-led approach has been followed and to create a development which still fulfills the original vision of the outline consent and design intentions of the character areas being created. This has been achieved as the revised parameter plan will still require a varied roofscape to be delivered across the scheme, with building heights restricted in the sensitive edges and gradually rising towards the centre of the site. And that's just shown in this illustration here, starting with a 2-storey along the western edge, stepping up to 3 stories and still below that 14 metre parameter height in the local centre area. And this slide just highlights where the area of changes are proposed to the quay. So removing the reference to the story heights and replacing them with metre heights. So as you can see, along the, if I just go to the west, this is the western edge of the building heights plan. This is now restricted to 8.5 metres rather than an up to 10.2 metres. It's giving a specific reference and arguably more restrictive of more control over this part of the development, which will be determined at reserve matters stage. So this slide illustrates the site section of the proposed scheme for phase 3, which is currently under consideration on a separate reserve matters application. And even with the corrected increased ground profiling needs to the levels, which have been approved through phase 1, all buildings are proposed to fall within and below the maximum building heights allowed by the original outline planning permission, 10.2 plus 1 metres for ground reprofiling. This is because of the increased ground levels have been balanced with proposed building heights, ridges, and as part of the live reserve matters application, officers have engaged through a detailed design process to ensure the original design intent is still achieved. The applicants have also submitted a landscape visual impact assessment addendum to provide evidence of the impact of proposed changes as shown on this view. As shown on this view, when compared to the original outline consent, the alterations are negligible and do not alter the original assessment of the outline application. And this is just another view from Warts Causeway. So the red line on this plan shows the outline consented scheme, and the blue line shows the reserve matters outline, a wireline of the reserve matters application, showing where there would be increases in building heights, but still below that the yellow lines, which show the parameter plan consented heights, and then the dashed yellow line, which shows the additional metre for ground reprofiling. And likewise, this view from Warts Causeway showing the same detail. So the variation under this application also proposes to vary BREEAM condition 16, and BREEAM which stands for Building Research Establishment Environmental Assessment. The applicants in this case, which is Cambridge Investment Partnership, have a commercial deal with the adjacent developer, which is this land, and KIP, the investment partnership, proposed to build the shell of the community and commercial facilities, which will then be handed over to this land to find a future occupier for the community and commercial uses. As they're developing the buildings to shell only, it makes it very difficult to achieve the BREEAM excellent requirement, and significantly impacts the ability to claim the early credits required to achieve an excellent rating at this stage. It is, however, worth noting that BREEAM Very Good is still considered to be a measure which is advanced good practice and awarded to the top 25% of the UK new commercial buildings. Excellent is also obviously also best practice and awarded to the top 10% of UK new commercial buildings. It's also worth noting that the scheme achieves a very good 63.26% at that rating. Obviously, building only to shell, as I've said, makes it very difficult, but the Council Sustainability Officer has worked with the applicants at pre-app stage and agreed to revise condition wording, which is considered to be acceptable and fulfil the intentions of the condition. We have got Emma Davies on the call who will be able to answer technical questions from members if needed. So the recommendation is one of approval, subject to the conditions as set out in the officer report, and also subject to the completion of a Section 106A application, which will ensure the original obligations within the 106 attached to the outline continue to apply to this permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Aaron. That was very clear. Thank you. So just to be clear, we've no speakers on this. Doesn't look like it. No. Okay, right. So debate then, councillors. So, yeah, Councillor Lokomatova.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's probably going to be a question to Emma Davies. I would just like to understand for the rationale to agree with the downgrade, because BREEAM has got slightly different methodologies for certifying fully fitted out buildings, shell and core buildings and shell only buildings, and they use slightly different criteria, acknowledging that, first of all, tenants are not known, and there are different routes to demonstrate that the building is still designed to the best possible standard, and it will be achieved through either drafting tenancy agreements for future tenants, or assuming some conservative values during the modelling. So it's not to say that the BREEAM is not suitable for shell only or shell and core only. It just means that the building as shell needs to be designed as best as possible, and there needs to be provision for future tenants to follow some guidelines, which I feel is a sensible way to approach it. And that's why I can't quite support this downgrade, because it's also set a precedent. If it was a fully commercial development, would have been asking for BREEAM excellent. That's our policy, and I can't see why the future tenants cannot follow there will be some obviously restrictions on their tenancy, but why we can't ask them to install like low flow fittings or be within a certain parameters in terms of their fit out. I don't see any rationale why we can't. So.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm fine with the building heights. But yeah, I thought we required at least excellent for commercial buildings. So we are actually, this is not going to be policy compliant. So I think, as Councillor Lokomatova already said, I'm not clear why we're downgrading it. I mean, I understand that fit out, maybe you can't prove excellent, but I would prefer it to say provide enough that we're confident that it could be. I think what possibly Emma is suggesting is we're offsetting the gain in the water sustainability against the dropping of the level. But I think, yeah, just whether the officer could confirm, I don't think it's policy compliant at very good, unless I've misunderstood the policy.
Thank you, Councillor. Right. It's interesting, the meters and stories thing, because often in committee we consider 2.5 stories to be 2 stories. And what it's saying here is that 2.5 stories shouldn't be that, because it's saying it needs to be 10.2 metres. So I think the meters is a better way of doing it, really, to be honest. So I think it's clearer. And I think the recommendation for that is good. But I'm not so keen, like councillors have said, about the change in the BREEAM status. And there's that. and I support councillors what they said so far, and so is it fully policy compliant? And Aaron, you can respond to that, and maybe ask Emma as well if you need her to comment. And also, I don't know if it's a planning matter, Aaron, and often when us councillors say that, it probably isn't, but this land doesn't have a good report in the newspapers. It's going bust, it seems. And I'm just concerned that this community facility, which is going to be important, is just going to be a shell, and then it's not going to happen. And do we have comfort in the thing that's going to happen, or is it just going to be a shell that's not built to the policy compliant level and doesn't actually happen at all? Aaron.
Start with the last point, if I may, Chair. It's a requirement of the outline consent that the community and commercial facility is delivered, notwithstanding the press or the reputation of this land. That's not relevant to the assessment of the application, but it is a requirement for it to come forward. And if it doesn't come forward, then a further application would be required to make that change. But that's not anything that's been discussed and is unlikely to be supported. On BREEAM, I think it's probably a good point to hand over to Emma just to set out the situation we're in and the pre-app process that we've gone through, and the difficulty with buildings only built to shell, the difficulty it provides with us at planning stage to enforce BREEAM Excellent being achieved. I think it's also worth noting that the actual size of the commercial unit in question here is only a 400 square metre building. It isn't a significantly large development. I'll hand over to Emma, if I may, to just expand on the points required. Thank you, Emma.
Aaron. Can I just check you can hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, so yeah, we had some pre-application discussions with the developer with regards to some of the technical difficulties that they were experiencing with achieving the requirements of the condition.
I've lost you, Emma.
Apologies. Yeah, they were experiencing some kind of technical difficulties with achieving the condition as previously written due to it being assessed under a shell only assessment. And that did mean that a number of the credits that we require are unavailable. So, for example, the water efficiency credits aren't available under a shell only assessment. And there were a number of other credits around things like energy, for example, which they were struggling with actually being able to achieve with it being a shell only scheme. And they provided some information early on as part of the pre-application discussions where they kind of highlighted where they were having some difficulties, what credits they were still going to be achieving. And on balance, we considered that as long as we could come up with an approach that still secured some of those critical elements from BREEAM, so water being one of those critical elements, we felt that on balance we were able to reduce the overall rating as long as we could still secure the water credits for well, not for BREEAM Excellent, but the water credits required through our policy 28. So that's why you've got the revised wording in front of you that talks about very good overall, but then also pulls out the fit out approach for water efficiency. And what the developers did is they've basically produced a water efficiency specification that would effectively achieve those 5 credits, and then that specification will need to be implemented as part of the fit out. So that was kind of our on balance approach, bearing in mind it is a relatively small floor area. And what we've been finding across Cambridge actually is that for the smaller schemes, they are struggling to achieve BREEAM Excellent for a variety of technical but also economic reasons as well. So we felt that the approach on balance would still deliver a good standard of sustainability while focusing on some of our key sustainability issues that we're facing around water scarcity.
Thanks, Emma. Aaron, did you want to add anything more, or are you done?
I think just to, I think it was yourself, Councillor Smart, that raised the point of, is this policy compliant? I mean, technically, the policy requires excellence, so no, downgrading to very good wouldn't be policy compliant. But as Emma has set out, sort of the reasons for moving away from excellent, or proposing to remove away from excellent here, of why that's been accepted. I think it is also worth noting that the revised condition wording does still state very good rating as a minimum. So if a future occupant can achieve excellent, it doesn't rule it out as such. And the applicants are agreeable to adjusting the condition if required, to state that if the pre-assessment reports demonstrate the building is unable to achieve BREEAM rating of excellent, then it also sets out sort of, why the development has not been able to do that, sort of specifying which credits they haven't been able to secure, just as an extra level of scrutiny and justification as why it's acceptable to only deliver very good. I think it's just giving that extra push on trying to meet the credits where they can. It might be worth,
All right, thanks, Aaron.
Adjusting the condition.
Thank you. So just so I can be clear, when you say about delivered or come forward, does that mean the shell, or does that mean the complete thing fitted out? Which is it?
Yeah, it would need to be fitted out. I mean, obviously that's separate to this section 73 application is only focusing on condition 16. The other details that are coming forward under a reserve matters application committee later this month will show the internal detail of the community and commercial facility, but the tenant hasn't been. The details of the tenant aren't known at this stage. That's sort of a commercial decision that the investment partnership, and once handed over to this land, would need to decide on. But there would be clauses within the 106 obligations and details that capture that and ensures it comes forward as a community or commercial floor space.
Right, thanks, Aaron. So I think councillors still want to debate. So just to be clear, councillors, as I understand it, we've got two items on the table for this recommendation. One seems to be acceptable to us, one possibly not so. If we refuse this application, it has to be both of them we refuse. We can't do a split decision. So, Councillor Thornborough?
I'm really perplexed about this request to change the BREEAM to very good, because almost all the commercial buildings that we get through planning do not have a end user. So we have life science buildings without a tenant at planning stage. We have, and with community facilities within buildings or part of a development. So either something is wrong with our conditions or something's wrong with this proposal, but it just seems like I'm really uncertain about this, because it was always the intention that BREEAM is about energy in use, it's about in use. So it was always our expectation that in use, that this standard would be met. But every stage along if we start saying now it could be lower than excellent, then that will change the form of construction, and it'll never get to the level we want, and it means they'll use more energy, it will cost more. So the end user benefits by having this much better level of construction.
Yep, good point. Yep, Councillor Lockwood-Over.
Yeah, just to support what Councillor Thornborough just said, and I would like to reiterate the methodology for BREEAM for shell only is different to a fitted out building. It does acknowledge that the tenant is not known, and the way to deal with it is to put forward a legal tenancy lease agreement and write out all the requirements within it. So you don't need to wait until you know your tenant, or you're not restricted with it by any way, and it does apply to water and energy. So it means that at this stage you have those agreements, and you also have assumptions what it's going to be, and that's how you predict the use. So I can't agree with the downgrade. I don't think it's reasonable or justifiable. Otherwise, we'll be asked to downgrade on all our commercial buildings, and it's not our policy.
Thank you, Councillor. And as far as I'm aware, we don't have those agreements on the table that you just spoke of. And so the position we're in is to approve one part of this recommendation, which is not policy compliant. That does sometimes happen in committee. We sometimes do that. It's a question of balance. But just to say that, so Toby's going to speak.
Apologies, I haven't been involved in this one. But I wonder whether, given members' concerns, actually deferring this item, if members wanted officers to go away and consider whether a revised condition or a stepped condition in terms of staging that allows an applicant to step from kind of shell to full fit out to address that full rating that we're after is the way forward. I'm just sensing that members doesn't seem as if members are satisfied with the approach set out, and it might be a more useful kind of point to say, actually, that is there another way to kind of crack this problem if they can't achieve it as part of a reserve matters application. There might be a different kind of phasing that can be used here. It's just my thought, Councillor.
Right, thanks for that, Toby. I just want to ask Toby a question a minute. Okay, the question I just put to Toby, just to be totally transparent, is that we are still in major items, so adjourned decision protocol could occur, but it doesn't seem to be worth it. It's such a small item that we just defer it if that's what we wanted to do. But Councillor Porra, you wanted to speak.
Yeah, I would support deferral. I just wonder, why can't we do a split vote? Because personally, I have no problem with the other one. Is it just that legally we can't? Because I just didn't want to hold up both.
You can't do it. I did try and do it in a previous life and got told off by an inspector for attempting it. Only inspectors have the ability to issue split decisions.
Right, there you are. That's your answer. Councillor Thornborough.
I think Toby Williams' suggestion is very, very sensible, because I think it will actually make our general conditions about BREEAM more robust. If we have the understanding about how BREEAM can be split for fit outs, I think the time for the officers to look into this will be really well spent.
Okay, so one of the applicant team is here today, so hopefully they've been listening closely to what we said. So if there's no more debate, someone wants to propose deferring, I think. Yep, so Councillor Thornborough, seconder, Councillor Lokomatova. Okay, so shall we have that vote now, I think, shall we? Might as well get on with that. Yep, so the proposition is to defer the item to a future meeting of this committee. All those in favour of that?
Yeah, that's all seven.
That's all of us, yeah. So, as I say, the item is deferred to a future meeting then. And when it comes back, hopefully we can look at it again in a more favourable light. I think that's all pretty much, isn't it, on the agenda? Just to note the last item. And yeah, that's it. So thanks very much, Councillor. It's a really good day of debate. Really enjoyed it. So well done. Hope you all have a nice rest of the day and safe journey home. Thank you. We're off. Let's hold on, councillors. Okay. We're not on the live stream anymore. Can I just check, hands up, who's able to come on the 19th for the next planning meeting, the special one? We need 3.
I'm a reserve.
So that's 2.5, right? 3?
Unfortunately, I did moan about this because obviously with us we all work, but Councillor Young has very kindly agreed to step in for our group, but it will only be one, not two of us, I'm afraid. The other three have all got work
Yeah,
commitments.
that's
Sorry.
4 then, I guess, if Tim's coming as well. So thanks very much for that. Well, if you are able to. We've got 3 anyway, so no pressure, all right? So that we've got enough, okay?
Councillor Bajan can make it as well.
Okay, right. We're all good. Councillor Bajan too. Okay, thanks for that, councillors.